Good morning. The Buffalo Bills started up OTAs yesterday down at One Bills Drive. Bills head coach Sean McDermott met with the media prior to practice and reported that all players were present and accounted for except for running back James Cook.
Yeah, we're staying in touch like you'd expect a player and a coach to do. So, James will be here when he's ready to be here, and, we move forward.
McDermott also reported that edge rusher Joey Bosa would likely miss most of OTAs due to a calf injury, but expects that he'll be ready for training camp. If you want to hear all of what McDermott had to say, you can find that on demand on our website, WGR550.com. In the NHL playoffs last night, the Edmonton Oilers beat the Dallas Stars 4-1 to take a 3-1 series lead. Corey Perry and Leon Draisaitl scored for the Oilers, along with Kasperi Kapanen and Adam Henrique adding empty net goals at the end of the game. Game 5 shifts back to Dallas tomorrow. Tonight, the Carolina Hurricanes look to stave off elimination once again as they take on the Florida Panthers in Game 5 in Carolina. Puck drop tonight is at 8 o'clock. Florida leads that series 3-1. Over in the NBA last night, Tyrese Halliburton and the Indiana Pacers stunned the New York Knicks, winning Game 4 130-121. Halliburton put up a triple-double with 32 points, 12 rebounds, and 15 assists. The Pacers now have a 3-1 lead over the Knicks. Game 5 is tomorrow in New York. The Oklahoma City Thunder can close out the Minnesota Timberwolves tonight in Game 5 of the Western Conference Finals. The Thunder lead that series 3-1. Tip-off tonight in OKC is at 8:30. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Josh Schmidt for WGR Sports Radio 550.
What I meant to say is not that the drought was fun, but that reminiscing on the drought is fun. Like, can you believe we did that? Or went through that? Can you believe Romo threw 5 picks and they lost? That's what I meant. Clearly the drought was not more fun.
I saw a highlight the other day of Terrence McGee on a kickoff return touchdown against the Dolphins.
Love it.
I think it was early season.
Yep.
And I'm watching him, and then they show Bledsoe on the sidelines. Mm-hmm. And I said, actually, those were some fun games.
There you go.
A few of them. A few of them during that time. Like Bledsoe to Peerless Price and Eric Moulds and Terrence McGee and Nate Clements. Like the 04 team, the one that lost to the Steelers backups.
Yeah.
Was actually a pretty good football team.
That was a good team beyond even a fun team. I mean, Aaron Schatz, when he was with Football Outsiders, did a whole series about the best teams in NFL history that didn't make the playoffs, and I believe he had that Bills team number 1. It's like the best team that missed.
I think it still is. They often list on his site, Aaron Schatz lists like DVOA. The best DVOA teams to not make the playoffs, the 04 team. Now, I don't know if that particular kickoff return was 04. It might have been.
Yeah.
But, I mean, I'm watching, I'm like, man, like, I remember, it's weird, Joe. It kind of gives me a little bit of angst in some ways. Because, those were some exciting teams. And then I think about back to that time period, like, I never want to go through that again.
No.
And know that, like, you're not good.
Right.
You're not making the playoffs. Yeah, at the time you're watching like, oh, wow, this is exciting. They're throwing these touchdown passes, this great offense. But the end result, you think about being a fan, watching the team back then, and I get actually angst sometimes watching it and thinking about it, to be honest with you. So when you say what you said when they opened up with the clip here, I'm like, no, not for me, not in that way. Fun.
No. Reminiscing maybe, but not going through it. We will get to James Cook in very short order here, but while we're on it, how many of those drought teams would you say were fun teams? Not even good teams. How many were fun teams?
2011, I think, was pretty fun.
Sure. Yes. Absolutely.
Right?
They're pretty good offensively.
Yeah.
They start hot. Fitz is fun.
Yeah. I mean,
Stevie and Fred Jackson.
As the year went on, it wasn't fun again, going through it, but that was a fun team with fun personalities.
Is that the year Spiller goes off and is just running for 50-yard touchdowns every week? Because that was pretty fun. Maybe that was the next year?
I think it was the next year he did that. Mm-hmm. We're early in the season.
I wonder if those would be the only two teams you'd say it about them, though. Like, in the whole 17-year drought, how many of those teams were fun? Like, 04 and 11 might be it. That might be it. Not a lot else was fun, I would say. So there's that.
Remember, there was a year they started 0-8.
Sure. I would not say that team was fun.
No. And then they won
4.
And then they won 4 of their next 8.
Yep.
And that cost them the number 1 pick, which would have been Cam Newton.
Yes.
So they get number 3. It cost them the 1 and the 2 pick. Von Miller goes 2.
Hey,
Marcel Darius goes 3. But the point I'm making is, it was kind of fun because they were like, oh, okay, well, here we go. And you thought you had something, but you also knew you're costing yourself here.
Yeah.
Right? It was tough to enjoy it.
Also, looking back, maybe not a bad thing that ended up happening, because if they had Cam Newton, they would have been pretty good for a couple years, but they might have still been going through it with Cam Newton when Josh Allen was eligible to be drafted.
Maybe.
You probably wouldn't have Josh Allen right now.
If you think butterfly effect, of course, all that stuff matters.
And nobody would say in their right mind, I would have taken 10 years of Cam Newton to bypass it. You waited an extra 5 years to get Josh Allen. Seems like a worthy trade.
Do you remember that 2010 team at all? They've started 0-8?
Other than them starting 0-8, not really. Is that the year Fitz breaks his ribs and they don't find out about it until the end of the year?
No, that's 2011. That's the next year.
Okay.
That's the next year when he has they're in Toronto against Washington.
Yeah.
Right? And they have the hot start. That's what helped get him the contract.
Yep.
Right? So the reason I bring up 2010, that's the year they go to Baltimore and have the ball stripped from Sean Nelson in overtime.
Oh, my God. Yes.
Right?
See, this is why the drought is fun. Right, someone mentions Sean Nelson being held up by the Ravens as the ball's being punched out, and you just go, that one, I had forgotten about it.
And then the next week they go to overtime again at Kansas City and lose 13-10. So they get to 0-7 with 2 overtime losses. They lose to Chicago by 3 points. So they lose by 3, lose by 3, lose by 3. Their first win, the reason I'm asking you, do you remember their first win, the game?
No. First of that season, the
they were 0-8
of the year.
They were 0-8.
Yeah.
And they come home and they play the Detroit Lions. And the Lions, I think they were 2-6, and the Bills won 14-12.
I don't remember anything about that game.
Exactly.
14-12. Yeah, okay, this is more fun. 14-12s and 13-10s we're throwing around here. Like these were the games.
I'm looking at the box score. Sean Hill of the Detroit Lions in this game threw 50 times.
Wow.
And had 323 yards.
And they had 12 points.
And they had 12 points. The Bills beat them 14-12.
Wow. All right. Well, we've arrived at Sean. When we've arrived at Sean Hill, I believe it's time to get back to present day.
Okay.
But I'm down to reminisce on the drought at any moment in time.
Good morning, everybody.
I've got Sean Nelson,
including Sean Hill and Sean Nelson.
Morning. Jeremy's off today and through the week. Joe DiBiase, Sal Capaccio. Day 2 of Bills OTAs today, which is not open to the media today, was yesterday. We had some media with Sean McDermott. And one thing that we'll obviously spend most of today on is that James Cook is the only absentee, the only player not there. It is voluntary. And then we've got to get to Joey Bosa as well, because him already being injured is a story as well. Let's start here, though, Sal. Cook not being there, I don't know. How did you feel like McDermott sounded about it? Are you surprised even that? Because even didn't you say that they don't usually give attendance at these things? So is it weird maybe or not weird that he kind of, like right out there for everybody, like the only guy not here is James?
Yeah, for the last couple of years, I think Sean's kind of said if a guy's been there or not that's notable, and I'll give you a reason just so you know. But it's not like they go through a list like they do during regular season. This guy's limited, this guy's not here. But for the last couple of years, if I remember right, Sean has given a couple names. Hey, he's dealing with something. He's out personal. You won't see him out there. Just to kind of head it off at the pass so we don't go out there in the media like, where's this guy? I think James, everybody understands. Like, that's the... for Sean McDermott's role, I think as head coach, he understands we're all going to be looking for that. and we're going to be asking him about it. So he's just going to come out and tell us right now, hey, he's not going to be out there today. But he also made sure to say, we're staying in contact. James will be here when he's ready to be here. I didn't think it sounded any different, Joe, than it has for the last month and a half, 2 months. You go back to the owners' meetings, combine, whatever, when you're talking about contract extension questions we've given Sean McDermott and Brandon Beane, attendance questions, whatever it is. I don't think anything sounded different yesterday from Sean McDermott than what we've heard from McDermott and Beane for the last 2 months, which is, yep, he's under contract. He'll be here when he needs to be here. Mm-hmm. And right now he's not. So, hey, he's a grown man. He can make his own decisions. These are, I'm paraphrasing. He didn't say this yesterday specifically.
Sure.
But this is kind of how it sounded to me. And, okay, we're going to go out there. I think the other reason why I think Sean gave attendance yesterday, because I think he's really proud that everybody else is there.
Yeah.
Like, hey, everybody's here, including, by the way, Josh Allen. I didn't think Josh would be there yesterday.
Yeah, no, I was thinking he probably wouldn't be there either, just because the wedding seemingly being this weekend.
Right.
But he was.
Who knows if he's there today or tomorrow? We're not there for the media.
Right.
So it could very well be, hey, he showed up for a day or 2 days or whatever. Mm-hmm. He could be there all week. I don't know. He even showed up to his 117 holes for charity in the morning yesterday. I was told he played in the morning 12 holes. I got there at 4:30, 4:45 in the morning.
Yeah.
And he played 12 holes. Then he went to OTAs.
Yeah.
And he wasn't at the reception part last night. But, that just says a lot, I think, that Josh is still here doing that, goes to OTAs. But, yeah.
It is his event, and it's for a great cause. Josh Allen having to play 12 holes, though, doesn't sound like too much of a burden.
No,
but I understand. I know what you mean.
Yeah.
Yes, because he's there then at practice, and then the schedule's getting, jam-packed together. But for Cook, I'm very curious to see how this goes, just in now what the next steps are, because this is the last voluntary thing. Right? Like, once they get to minicamp.
This weekend, next week, yes.
This weekend, next week is voluntary.
3 days each.
And then we get to mandatory stuff.
Yeah.
And I do want to say, even if he's not there for minicamp, really, I feel like training camp is the big one. Because if he's not there for minicamp and that's mandatory, that will be a story. It'll still, to me, be, though, these are warning shots that, hey, I could hold out. I want a new deal. I am not happy with my current contract. No one has to guess about James Cook's motivation here or what his deal is. His deal is he's not happy with his current contract. That is
yes.
It's written on his social media pages. He's been very clear about that. Even if he hadn't said it, you probably could figure out, he's a running back who is going to make $4 million this year, had 16 touchdowns last year, and does, I understand where he would be coming from. I understand where the Bills are coming from, too, because, me personally, I would never want my team to operate paying running backs big contracts on their second deals. But I also do understand where James Cook is coming from. He plays a position that in the league will chew you up and spit you out. That position, man, you are one bad knee injury away from poof, there goes your big contract. The one big contract that you might earn in your career at that position, you're one bad injury away at all times at that position from losing it. And he's got a brother that played the position and has gone through all of this before. So, it's not surprising to me that Cook could push for this. I still don't know that he will, right? I don't really feel like he's yet pushing. You know what I mean? It's not ugly. No one would call it ugly. The guy's not at OTAs. So, for me, in my personal opinion is I wouldn't necessarily want to see the Bills pay him $15 million a year, which is what he's asking for. And I also fully understand that he asked for it because of the position he plays. And the season he just had.
Yeah, I think at this point, it's not, for me, it more lies in the story is not necessarily that he's not at OTAs. The story really is more of the wondering and intrigue of what his plan is. Right now. We don't know, as of right now, if he'll be there in 2 weeks at mandatory minicamp. I think that's when it starts to become more of a story. If he misses mandatory minicamp, okay, he's not there. This is getting a little serious. It's still not training camp.
Yeah.
It's mandatory minicamp. It's the middle of June. Okay? Yeah. It's June 10, 11, 12. It becomes a little bigger story. to me, more than anything right now is what kind of story do we have on our hands? Because we don't know what his plan is. Is his plan to not be at training camp? Is his plan to hold in at mandatory minicamp or at training camp? That's where this is for me, which is everybody wondering because no one knows what his plan is and what he's going to do.
Right.
And it's intriguing. It's interesting because we're trying to figure it out and we won't know until we get there.
Right. And like maybe because what's his goal here? His goal is to get paid. His goal is to get the contract that he wants. And anything that happens between now and the start of the year for James Cook will be, other than the normal and obvious work that he'll do, in the workout room and on the practice field and film to get ready for the actual season, his other motivation is going to be, hey, how do I get that deal? How do I get that contract? And I really wonder if he'll take it to this point, or if he'll even just make the Bills call his bluff. I'm not playing football on this contract. He's not said that. Not like Trey Hendrickson has said that. Like guys have said that around the league, and they don't have to hold to it. But Cook has not said that. And you actually have Brandon Beane on the record earlier this month saying that he has no doubt that when it's time to play football, he'll be ready to roll. Speaking about James Cook, the GM is saying, I believe he'll play games. And has also been on the record saying things about how, for him to earn a contract like that, like he's kind of got to do it again. Like we'd like to see him do it again. That's not his exact wording, but that's how Beane has sounded on the matter of James Cook's contract. Like, let's see you do it again. And that idea that, they believe he'll be out there, is Cook want them to think I won't? And that's maybe a good question. Not whether he actually even will hold out of games. I don't believe that he'll ever get to that point. But does James Cook want the Bills to believe that he'll miss? He'll miss time?
Do you think he or his agent have communicated anything about his plans?
To the Bills themselves?
Yes.
That's a good question. I don't know from a bargaining standpoint what's better for you, leaving them in the dark, or I think probably leaving them in the dark would, right? If you told them you want a new deal, if you told them ahead of time, I'll be there for training camp, or I'll be there week 2 of training camp. You kind of lose all your leverage.
What about even mandatory minicamp? When Sean McDermott says we've been in contact, and he says he'll be here when he needs to be here. When he's ready to be here.
When he's ready to be here.
When he's ready to be here. Do you think there's been communication between Cook's side to the Bills' side to say, hey, he'll be there for mandatory minicamp? Or, not right now, or just kind of leaving it open-ended?
I would bet they don't know.
I would agree.
I would bet they don't know if he'll be there for minicamp.
I would agree.
And because I just think if you're Cook and that's your plan is to get that deal, you're not telling them what you're doing. Mm-hmm. Or at least when you're showing up. You're not telling them ahead of time. You want all the talk to be about contract. And any of this stuff would be a show of, I'm not happy. I'm not happy with my current deal, and there's going to be this cloud hanging over our heads until this is resolved. And sometimes you get to a year and the season starts, and then it kind of goes away. That could happen here. And I still, isn't that kind of your gut feeling of how it's going to go? Or do you think it'll happen? A deal will happen? Because Beane has sounded like they're not in a rush to do a deal right now or feel the need to do it before the season starts. So
I don't think a deal will happen simply from listening to how this has played out for the last 2 months. I mean, Brandon Beane basically said they were far apart, and that's why they pivoted to other guys to get their deals done. And judging by, like when you say he wants 15, I mean, that's obviously the smoke that's out there for his tweets and all those kinds of things. Yeah. You never know. Maybe he's willing to kind of massage that. But if that's kind of even close to the number where he's landing, I think that's a tough sell for me to think there's going to be a deal done.
What's interesting there is if they weren't really that close and they moved on to other guys and his standpoint is $15 million, it's interesting to think about what the Bills' standpoint is. What their point of, no return, not point of no return, but what the position is. What their position is, because
how much do they value him at?
Yeah, and there's guaranteed money and how many years you get on a deal too, and all of that obviously is very impactful to a guy's contract as well. But if he's at 15, Are you at 9? And that's the golf that's needed for you to move on to other guys, and that's the golf that's needed for there to be this idea that, we don't really think there's going to be a contract done this summer? Does it have to be that big?
Yeah.
If the Bills were at 12, I feel like they would still be. He might be there because they would think, okay, the deal is on its way to being done. We're only a couple of $1 million apart.
Yeah. The question of what constitutes far apart, what constitutes close.
Right.
If you're talking, there's a difference if you're talking, okay, Josh Allen making $50 million a year, let's say, and if you're negotiating like, well, we're offering 35, it's 50. That's pretty far apart.
That's a huge difference,
right?
Yeah, that's a huge difference.
If you're 45 and 50, I think you're pretty close. Yeah. But if you're 10 and 15, you're not. There's the $5 million matters.
Right. That's 50% of your. That's 50% of your base salary per year.
I mean,
that's the difference.
For Brandon Beane to kind of put it that way a couple months ago.
Yeah.
That's why I don't think that anything's going to get done anytime soon.
So you think your gut feeling is that he is going to play this year, but on that expiring contract? Is that what you would guess right now?
It is my guess right now.
Yeah, I think I would probably say the
but
same.
I don't know what I struggle with is how does it start though? Does he start to play on it? Is he there on time? Does he miss any actual regular season games? Mm-hmm. That's what I...
Man, that would be... If he missed regular season games, I almost can't... I can't
guys have done
it. But guys have done it. When's the last guy that's done it, though? You see a lot more now.
Well, I mean, Hassan Reddick missed a whole year last year.
That's true. Hassan Reddick has done... Actually, Hassan Reddick's done it a couple times, maybe. Didn't he do it 2 years ago also? You're right. Reddick did it. I'm thinking of like Jamar Chases who have held in and made it very clear to the organization, I'm not happy.
Le'Veon Bell?
They end up playing anyway. Le'Veon Bell said it a whole season.
I mean...
It's pretty wild.
Right. I don't think anything like that would happen, but...
Yeah.
Right. It's probably all or nothing. It's okay. He's like there early at camp. Or, okay, right. This is really going on for a while.
Right.
It's not in the middle, probably.
No, I would think it's probably not either. But I think it's very... I could see Cook pushing the limits of it. I don't know that he'll miss games. I still feel like that is a pretty extreme place to take it. But guys have done it. But if you're James Cook and you got your brother in your ear and your agent and you just came off 2 back-to-back 1,000-yard seasons, and you just came off a year with 16 touchdowns. And, like one thing I want to get to is what really should he be worth? He's asking for $15 million a year. And to get into him as a player, there are arguments for and against him being worth that much money. There are only 3 running backs in the league that make $15 million per year. Per year is a pretty simplistic way to do it. It doesn't take in all the guarantees and everything. Ashton Jeanty, actually, is second in the league at running back in guaranteed money because he just got drafted so high, and I guess the Raiders fully guaranteed his contract. Do you know that? $35 million. That's happening a lot, I guess. But it's Saquon Barkley, Christian McCaffrey, and Derrick Henry.
And Henry's exactly at 15.
And he's exactly
on his new
at 15.
Extension.
Right. Those are the only 3 running backs that are at $15 million per year. McCaffrey, Barkley, and Henry. Not in that order.
I mean, and if you're the Bills, think of the Bills side. If you're doing your evaluation of James Cook, you're going through, what do we value him at? Are you landing on that? I understand why the Bills probably wouldn't and say,
right,
we're not paying him one of those kinds of guys. You got to do comparables. So where do we value him based on where the league is? Because that's how it's done. And where other guys are. I mean, we could look at the list and say, where would he fall?
Yeah.
You have James Conner. You can get down to $10 million. Aaron Jones. Josh Jacobs is 12. Kamara is 12.2. I think you're probably looking lower than that. You're looking at the Joe Mixons and James Connors and David Montgomerys of the world who are below $10 million a year.
Yeah. 803-0550, the phone number. Let's squeak Butch in here before we get to a break. Butch on the east side, what's up?
Good morning, my friends. I appreciate it. I love WGR. I love MSG. To the fans who listen and watch, Butch definitely loves you. I just want to get right on to it, what you guys are speaking about. It's the perfect storm. This is the perfect storm for James Cook's agent. It's the perfect storm for the Buffalo Bills, and I'm going to tell you why. The Buffalo Bills are going on Hard Knocks at training camp. Before this happened, we didn't know we was going to be on Hard Knocks. Before James Cook and all this financial situation happened, we didn't know nothing about this stuff. Now we're about to go on Hard Knocks. He could come in and don't even, like you say, he can hold in, hold out, whatever he can do. It's going to be a topic of Hard Knocks. At the same time, the whole NFL, the whole 31 other teams knows this guy is a top back. At the same time, Buffalo has 3 other backs. We even got Frank Gore Jr. ready to ball. Brandon Beane knows exactly what is going on. This draft we just passed was weak. It wasn't a strong draft. Next year's draft is the strongest draft. Brandon Beane might play this guy out and say, listen, hey, if he signs somewhere else next year, so be it. We get a compensatory pick. Hope we got it. He was a second-round pick when we draft him. Hopefully we can get another 2, and we just break even. But what's going to happen is this. This is me speaking now. I really believe this man's going to hold in. I believe he's going to hold in training camp. He's going to be the talker. It's going to be talk of the whole Hard Knocks. They're just going to follow James Cook. They're going to follow him walking around. They're going to follow him moping. I'm not saying moping. He might be on the treadmill, whatever he's going to do. But at the same time, during preseason, somebody's going to get hurt. Someone's going to call Brandon Beane. It's a possibility this man might get moved out of here by training camp, and Brandon Beane might get his number 2 back and maybe another extra pick later on. But at the same time, for both sides of the fence, it's a win-win. And don't get me wrong, I would love James Cook. I would love him to get a deal. I would love him to be here with Josh Allen running that ball, running that rock. But at the same time, we got 3 other backs, and 3 other backs are ready to roll and rock. Matter of fact, if you add Evans in here, we got 4 other backs. But I'm just saying, looking at this Hard Knock situation, fires on James Cook's agent side, it's a perfect storm that he can do. But thanks so much for taking my call. Love you guys, man, and you guys take care of yourself.
Thanks.
And Sal, do me a favor, kiss the queen and give my nephew a high five.
You got it, buddy.
Thanks, Butch, for the call. I had not thought about the Hard Knocks component to it. I do not think the Bills would do anything differently because they're on Hard Knocks, but I also could see them wanting to, maybe it sparks an extra conversation that helps you towards a deal because, whether they want to be on it or not in the first place, I'm sure they don't want HBO would want this. The viewer would want this. I'm sure the Bills don't want a massive part of the Hard Knock story for them to be about James Cook not being there or being there and wanting a new contract.
No, I'm sure that's the case. Having Hard Knocks there already is a distraction in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
This just adds a layer to it, meaning that this is something that you talk about instead of, in a lot of ways, maybe it takes the focus off some other things, I guess, that they could be focusing on. But you're right. I don't think that that's good for anyone. You do wonder what it looks like for James Cook and his side. Does his, from a PR standpoint, from Cook's PR standpoint, if you're his agent, do you want that? Do you want him being highlighted that he's not, if he holds in and they're following him around, he's not practicing?
Yeah.
Does that help his cause or hurt his cause with fan opinion, public opinion, or even teams around the league?
Yeah. And by the way, they would not get a second-round pick and compensatory for Cook if he were to leave. Looking at that formula, I guess I didn't know that it was a combination of your average per year and also how many snaps you play, your snap percentage. Because that might ding Cook a little bit because he plays less than 50% of the snaps for the Bills. A comparable for him might be Alvin Kamara. Kamara's at $12 million and plays, 55% of the snaps. If that's about what James Cook is, it's a 5th-round pick. Maybe you get up to a 4th in different circumstances. They're not getting a second. A second is almost unheard of.
Well, you can't get a second anyway.
You can't get a second at all.
3rd is the best you can get in compensatory picks.
Gotcha. Okay, so they're definitely not getting a second then in that. James Cook, what? Two parts of this. What is your gut feeling on what's going to happen, and what is he worth? Not just what is he worth in the league, what is he worth to the Bills? And what a next contract could look like for him. We got to get to Joey Bosa as well because there's already a story there with him being injured. A lot to get to. The Knicks fall last night to the Pacers. Some good basketball to get to. And I've actually got another sand question. We talked a lot about sand after Sal ducked out yesterday. I have another sand question.
Oh, I was driving. Some guy called from down where I used to live in Southwest Florida.
Yeah.
And he's like, you should talk to Sal about that. He lived down here. And he's talking about hurricanes or sand or something. I don't know what it was.
Yeah, but we got to bring sand.
Okay.
Sand. I didn't know there were different types of sand until last week.
Okay. There was something about sand that I heard as well, and I want to bring it to you. And I have no idea if it has
show.
anything to do with what you're going to say.
Okay.
So we'll compare notes here.
Josh, get the Anakin Skywalker clip ready to go. 803-0550 is the phone number on James Cook, Joey Bosa, and a lot more. Andy Young is going to join us at 8 o'clock on this, so stay tuned for that here on WGR.
I think at this point, it's not, for me, it more lies in the story is not necessarily that he's not at OTAs. The story really is more of the wondering and intrigue of what his plan is.
Right
now. We don't know, as of right now, if he'll be there in 2 weeks at mandatory minicamp. I think that's when it starts to become more of a story. If he misses mandatory minicamp, okay, he's not there. This is getting a little serious. It's still not training camp.
Yeah.
It's mandatory minicamp. It's the middle of June. Okay?
Yeah.
It's June 10, 11, 12. It becomes a little bigger story. To me, more than anything right now is what kind of story do we have on our hands? Because we don't know what his plan is. Mm-hmm. Is his plan to not be at training camp? Is his plan to hold in at mandatory minicamp or at training camp? That's where this is for me, which is everybody wondering because no one knows what his plan is and what he's going to do.
Right.
And it's intriguing. It's interesting because we're trying to figure it out and we won't know until we get there.
Right. And, like maybe because what's his goal here? His goal is to get paid. His goal is to get the contract that he wants. And anything that happens between now and the start of the year for James Cook will be, other than the normal and obvious work that he'll do, in the workout room and on the practice field and film to get ready for the actual season, his other motivation is going to be, hey, how do I get that deal? How do I get that contract? And I really wonder if he'll take it to this point, or if he'll even just make the Bills call his bluff. I'm not playing football on this contract. He's not said that. Not like Trey Hendrickson has said that. Like guys have said that around the league, and they don't have to hold to it. But Cook has not said that. And you actually have Brandon Beane on the record earlier this month saying that he has no doubt that when it's time to play football, he'll be ready to roll. Speaking about James Cook, the GM is saying, I believe he'll play games. And has also been on the record saying things about how, for him to earn a contract like that, like he's kind of got to do it again. One thing that we'll obviously spend most of today on is that James Cook is the only absentee, the only player not there. It is voluntary. And then we've got to get to Joey Bosa as well, because him already being injured is a story as well. Let's start here, though, Sal. Cook not being there, I don't know, how did you feel like McDermott sounded about it? Are you surprised even that, because even didn't you say that they don't usually give attendance at these things? So is it weird maybe or not weird that he kind of, like right out there for everybody, like the only guy not here is James?
Yeah, for the last couple of years, I think Sean's kind of said if a guy's been there or not that's notable, and it'll give you a reason just so you know. But it's not like they go through a list like they do during regular season. This guy's limited, this guy's not here. But for the last couple of years, if I remember right, Sean has given a couple names. Hey, he's dealing with something. He's out personal. You won't see him out there. Just to kind of head it off at the pass so we don't go out there in the media like, where's this guy? I think James, everybody understands. Like, that's the, for Sean McDermott's role, I think as head coach, he understands we're all going to be looking for that. And we're going to be asking him about it. So he's just going to come out and tell us right now, hey, he's not going to be out there today. But he also made sure to say, we're staying in contact. James will be here when he's ready to be here. I didn't think it sounded any different, Joe, than it has for the last month and a half, 2 months. You go back to the owners' meetings, combine, whatever, when you're talking about contract extension questions we've given Sean McDermott and Brandon Beane, attendance questions, whatever it is. I don't think anything sounded different yesterday from Sean McDermott than what we've heard from McDermott and Beane for the last 2 months, which is, yep, he's under contract. He'll be here when he needs to be here. Mm-hmm. And right now he's not. So, hey, he's a grown man. He can make his own decision.
James Cook is the only player not present and accounted for at OTAs, and also Joey Bosa would likely miss most of OTAs due to a calf injury, but he expects him to be ready for training camp. If you want to hear all of what McDermott had to say, you can find that on demand on our website, WGR550.com. In the NHL playoffs last night, the Edmonton Oilers beat the Dallas Stars 4-1 to take a 3-1 series lead. Game 5 shifts back to Dallas tomorrow. Tonight, the Carolina Hurricanes look to stave off elimination once again as they take on the Florida Panthers in Game 5 in Carolina. Puck drop is at 8 o'clock. Over in the NBA, the Indiana Pacers stunned the New York Knicks, winning Game 4 130-121. Pacers now have a 3-1 lead over the Knicks. Game 5 is tomorrow in New York City. And the Oklahoma City Thunder can close out the Minnesota Timberwolves tonight in Game 5 of the Western Conference Finals. The Thunder lead that series 3-1. Tip-off is at 8:30 in OKC. Those are Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
It is concerning. Durability, availability are key ties to our roster. And so we basically look ahead in terms of what he's doing now, which is getting himself the treatment that he needs, and he's working hard at it. And that's all that he can control right now. And, we get him back when we get him back, probably at this point, training camp. So, we're going to do the best job we can, and I know he is as well, and just take it one day at a time.
Bills head coach Sean McDermott. The Bills opening up OTAs yesterday. McDermott meeting with the media. Sal Capaccio was on hand. Good morning. It's a beautiful morning again. Yesterday was pretty nice all the way through. And I believe today we're headed for a little bit of rain, but not until a little bit later on. So
here we go again.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Now,
a little bit.
Are you like me? I bring up the weather app a lot to look at what's it like a week from now, so I can feel better about myself if it's going on like this now?
I will do that only if the weather and the short term is not great.
Right.
Like if I know it's going to rain today and tomorrow, then yes, then I will let me scroll down a little bit and go, oh, next week it's going to be, look at that, 67 and sunny, 71 and sunny.
Have you done that recently?
I just did that right now, but not before that, no. Mm-hmm. I hadn't.
It's looking good.
You had looked?
I have. I mean, yeah. So we should I show? Look at.
Just give me those sun emojis.
Should I show the bullpen? My phone there. There you go, bullpen. You can see it. I don't know if you can see it.
Woo.
Look at that.
We got one.
See, that's the advantage of watching on YouTube. You get to look at Sal's cell phone with the weather app and the bullpen. Now, I will tell you, my buddy Patrick Hammer says don't use that app. That's the Weather Channel.
I was going to say.
I know. So sorry, Pat, but it's just my default. I go there all the time. Sorry, buddy. But
yes.
I should use. I want to be equal opportunity for all the different friends I have in the business. So I just go there instead of saying I chose 2, 4, 7 or Spectrum or whatever.
Yeah. So Joey Bosa. So McDermott updating everybody on Bosa there. A little bit of newsy update from McDermott that Bosa injured his calf last week and he's not there at OTAs, which, man, Salick, there already is a question and a concern about his availability problems that he had with the Chargers. I mean, it is the reason he only gets a 1-year contract in free agency. And they're not even on the field for things yet, and there's already something that's popped up. Yeah. Now, McDermott said, how did he phrase it? It was for the foreseeable spring that he'll be out?
So basically, yeah. However he phrased it, what he said was, the rest of this offseason program. Foreseeable spring, offseason program. So, and part of the reason is because he did say it happened recently, so they are still in an exploratory mode, which gets you a little bit more, oh my gosh, like what else could it be? But, Joe, you know Sean McDermott well enough by now.
Mm-hmm.
He wouldn't kind of put a bit of a definitive timeline on it, unless he's really confident about that.
But he
doesn't do that.
He also did give a little bit of a sign, I guess by the exploratory part of it, and he mentions training camp that there's at least a chance, isn't there, that he's out until what? The start of training camp?
And I think that's what
it's not a short-term
You mean
thing.
into training camp. Into training camp. Because
training camp it being even a question. Maybe I wonder if he's on the field and it's something that they're managing already.
Oh, 100%. I think that's open for sure. The way he made it sound yesterday, what I took of it was he's not there this week. He's not on the field this week, next week, or mandatory minicamp. Once we hit training camp, he should be on the field. But I agree with you that doesn't have to be true. Like, you could get to training camp and they say, hey, we're holding back on him as he gets treatment or something.
Or he's on the field one day and he's not on the field the next day because they're already they gotta be careful with the guy. If it's already popping up as a problem, you were looking this up in the break. He's missed like half the games that he's been eligible for in the last couple of seasons with the Chargers.
28. He's played 28 of a possible 51 games.
Okay, so that's a little over 50% that he's played. So it's not great. How do you feel like? Because here's one injury that's already popped up for Bosa. How do you feel like the Bills are at the position without him? They have him. He's not out for the year or anything. But if the season begins and it becomes evident that it almost maybe looks like Curtis Samuel's season last year, where he pops in and he has these games where he makes an impact, and Samuel finished strong last year, right? Like, he played well in the playoffs, so he eventually gets there. But a lot of the year, it was, you can't really, he's on the injury report, he's not playing in this game, and you couldn't necessarily count on him down to down, game to game, quarter to quarter. If that becomes Bosa's season, how do you feel like they are at that position to withstand that?
This is a two-part question. It's a different question for the season versus the first 6 weeks, because they don't have Michael Hoyt,
right,
and Larry Ogunjobi, even though he's a defensive tackle. But Joe, I mean, they signed every one of their defensive line free agent signings is out right now in some capacity. 2 guys are out for the first 6 weeks of the season. The other guy is out now, and we don't know what his status is come training camp. That's not good. If you're talking right now, I mean, they're okay. I don't know. They're what they have been, which is, can you get to the quarterback and cause some disruption? And that's going to be a big question mark. If you're talking for the first 6 weeks of the year, I guess the same thing, but I don't know what Joey Bosa's status is.
That's right. And if Bosa is unavailable to them, or they have to really manage it in the first 6 weeks, I guess really what they would be in the first 6 weeks until Michael Hoyt comes back would be the same as last year with Landon Jackson.
And without Von Miller.
And without Von Miller, who we've pointed out, like, a lot of the pressure numbers last year, he was the Bills' most efficient pass rusher. And he's not there. He's still available, by the way. Not to say that they would bring him back.
Right. Right.
But he is still out there.
Yeah.
So it's obviously not good for Bosa, because he is. How much weight is on his shoulders for this? I mean, the additions on the defensive line were more in volume. They added a ton. They drafted a lot of it. They signed a lot of it. Bosa's name, though, is at the top of the list. He is the Pro Bowler. He is the high draft pick. He is the name power that the Bills brought in. He got a sizable contract, even from the Bills.
Over $12 million, $12 million guaranteed.
Right. So maybe like in comparison to his position and his peers, it's kind of a prove it deal. The top edge rushers will get triple that. The top guys in the league. But it's not nothing. And a lot of that money was guaranteed. So his name being at the top of the list and having this injury problem that already is popping up. I mean, I guess I would just say it this way. I'm not as worried about the beginning of the season, because a lot of my thinking about the Bills is, how are you going to do in January?
Sure. And I think that's fair. And listen, this is a player where...
And we're so far away from January.
What were the comments yesterday after this happened? Obviously, there was the, oh my God, he's always injured.
Right.
And there were quite a few people who, I understand the sentiment, said, who cares? Put him in bubble wrap till January.
Right.
Right? Like, does this really matter if this guy doesn't play that much until then? Yes, I think it does matter a little bit, but the point you're making is right, which is you kind of signed him to be available in January, and you know that he's had an injury history. Manage as much as you can. So does this change much of that thinking? I don't know if it does. The only way it really would change it, honestly, is if he does have some sort of issue at training camp, and it does bleed into the season. Otherwise, okay, well, he's a veteran, and we're going to load manage him anyway.
803-0550 is the phone number.
You brought up Von Miller.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, before I forget. There is another guy out there the Bills had last year that's still unsigned, and because it made me think of it.
Who else is out there that's unsigned? I don't know.
There's several, but Dwan Smoot.
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah.
So I
forget he was on the team.
No, because I'm looking at last year's group, and I'm like, if you needed to get a guy who knows your system and come in, you just mentioned how Von Miller's still a free agent and all that. I'm thinking, okay, there are other guys. I mean, heck, it's the yearly. Are they going to sign Shaq Lawson? That didn't happen last year, but you have those kinds of things. But Dwan Smoot's still out there. There are guys who, if they get into a pinch, they could turn to help. It's not necessarily the numbers of a Joey Bosa pass rusher. I get it, but you have to start thinking like that at some point, maybe.
803-0550 is the phone number on Bosa's injury. We'll get back to James Cook coming up in the 7 o'clock hour on what your gut feeling is for what will happen, and we'll start to get into what we think he should be worth. He wants $15 million. The Bills have their own price point that we don't know at this point, but it's not 15. What really should Cook get in a new contract? We'll get to that as well. A lot to get to. There's some really cool NBA rule proposals that I want to get to that our buddy Nick Wright had yesterday that I actually think are awesome rule proposals the NBA should absolutely adopt, because if you're watching these playoffs, there's a couple of frustrating end-of-game rule stuff that you could very easily see changed. Stay tuned. Jody Biasi, Sal Capaccio here on WGR.
I think at this point, it's not. For me, it more lies in the story is not necessarily that he's not at OTAs. The story really is more of the wondering and intrigue of what his plan is. Right now. We don't know, as of right now, if he'll be there in 2 weeks at mandatory minicamp. I think that's when it starts to become more of a story. If he misses mandatory minicamp, okay, he's not there. This is getting a little serious. It's still not training camp.
Yeah.
It's mandatory minicamp. It's the middle of June. Okay? Yeah. It's June 10, 11, 12. It becomes a little bigger story. To me, more than anything right now is what kind of story do we have on our hands? Because we don't know what his plan is. Mm-hmm. Is his plan to not be at training camp? Is his plan to hold in at mandatory minicamp or at training camp? That's where this is for me, which is everybody wondering, because no one knows what his plan is and what he's going to do.
Right.
And it's intriguing. It's interesting because we're trying to figure it out and we won't know until we get there.
Right. And maybe because what's his goal here? His goal is to get paid. His goal is to get the contract that he wants. And anything that happens between now and the start of the year for James Cook will be, other than the normal and obvious work that he'll do, in the workout room and on the practice field and film to get ready for the actual season, his other motivation is going to be, hey, how do I get that deal? How do I get that contract? And I really wonder if he'll take it to this point, or if he'll even just make the Bills call his bluff. I'm not playing football on this contract. He's not said that. Not like Trey Hendrickson has said that. Like, guys have said that around the league, and they don't have to hold to it. But Cook has not said that. And you actually have Brandon Beane on the record earlier this month saying that he has no doubt that when it's time to play football, he'll be ready to roll. Speaking about James Cook, the GM is saying, I believe he'll play games. And has also been on the record saying things about how, for him to earn a contract like that, like he's kind of got to do it again. Last time we're going to talk about Rodgers for like a certain amount of time, months, or until he actually signs. Because I'm going to tell you right now what's happening with Aaron Rodgers, okay? He's going to the Pittsburgh Steelers. He doesn't want to do any offseason work. So, without signing, it doesn't become a story that he's not there. And he also can't be fined by the team for not being somewhere. So like last year, when he's skipping a week of, Jets mini camp, or it might have even been training camp, to go do drugs in Egypt, it doesn't become as big of a story. Because he's not actually signed on the team, he can do whatever he wants. And it's more about, will he sign? He's going to sign. He just doesn't want to do the offseason work. That's it. But he's going to be the Steelers quarterback. Lock it in. And they're going to win 7 games.
Oh.
Impromptu instant trivia.
Are we going to name different types of sand?
No.
Okay. Just making sure.
The chat has informed me about the existence of black sand beaches in Hawaii, which I didn't know existed.
But you do know about the white sand on Siesta Key.
That's what we talked about a little bit yesterday.
I mean, the sand is as white as that Mike flag.
Yeah, and that sand doesn't get hot.
No, it's amazing.
Right, because that's what I learned last week. The sand I was on was molten lava.
Yeah, it can get very hot, some sand. You're right.
I think it was my cousin or my aunt or uncle.
Is this how
told me
the
about
conversation
white
started?
Sand. Yeah.
Okay.
Because I didn't know there was sand that doesn't get hot.
Can I tell you something about sand real quick?
Sure,
my thing about sand? Okay, so right down where I'm talking about, near Siesta Key, there's a high school, Venice High School, Venice, Florida. And they won the state championship again this year. They've had a great program like 5 times. I know the head coach, John Peacock, their athletic director, Larry Shannon, and I just saw they got a brand new turf field. They're the only school in Sarasota County that didn't have a turf field. They got a turf field finally, right?
Yeah.
They redid the whole facility. And I'm reading the story, and it says the new field is a mixture of sand and tiny wood chips. It's supposed to make it less hot.
Really?
Yes.
Like instead of the black pellets?
Instead of the black pellets. Sand and tiny wood chips, which then I went down. I said, okay.
Tiny wood chips.
Right. So I went down and I looked. I guess this is what some playgrounds are made of these days. I didn't realize this.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, I had no idea.
Wood chips.
It says it's supposed to make it less hot, which I do know because, this is 15, 16 years ago now, Joe. I was living down there. Almost 20 years ago, they were doing studies on turf fields were starting to come about. Only a couple schools had them.
Yeah.
And the reason why some schools didn't get the turf field, it got too hot.
Yeah.
And you're just like, you can't play on the turf field. Literally, like, some cleats would kind of almost stick into the ground and be so hot.
Yeah. Wow. Wood chips. I need to see how small these wood chips are.
I know.
Because getting tackled on wood chips does not sound fun. Very quickly, I was just scrolling through Twitter, and there's a video of... You had one of these yesterday, too. Like, the cornerback's working, and there's Dane Jackson wearing number 23.
Yes.
Which is like, oh, that was weird. Someone not named Micah Hyde wearing number 23. Micah Hyde, one of the 4 answers here. Can you name the 4 Bills that have worn 23 in the last 20 years?
Oh,
it's only 4. Before Dane Jackson. You already have one of them with Micah Hyde. Who are the other 3?
Are you counting Dane Jackson?
No, the four before Dane Jackson.
Oh.
That played in a game for the Bills wearing 23.
Well, it had to be before Hyde in 2017, so you have to go back to 2016.
Yes. Hyde 2017 to 2023.
There was a running back in there.
There is a running back
Is
in
it
there.
Tavares? Is it?
No.
Is it? I mean, a cadet? Is
No,
it,
bigger name than that. The running back precedes...
Not LaShawn.
No. Earlier.
C.J. Spiller.
Earlier.
Was 21 and 28.
Yep.
Right. Fred was 22.
Yep.
Willis McGahee was 21.
Yep.
He didn't.
You missed the guy in the middle there.
Not Travis Henry.
Nope.
Who am I missing?
Hall of Famer. Will be a Hall of Famer.
Oh, Frank Gore? No.
No.
Well, Frank Gore is going to be in the Hall of Fame.
He's probably going to be in the Hall of Fame, too.
That's right.
This guy will be a Hall of Famer.
Who am I missing? This is good. Before Fred Jackson?
I like that. This is funny that this player you would not be alone on this. Like, a lot of Bills fans might, when you're thinking about running back trivia, you might just skip over this guy. But he played for the Bills for 3 years, 2007 to 2010.
2007, everybody's in the chat probably telling me.
Yeah, you're probably going to go, oh, what the... Yeah.
I know. I can't...
He has a famous playoff run that wasn't for the Bills.
Oh, Marshawn,
there you go.
The Quake.
The Beastquake.
The Beastquake.
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh.
I think he's easily forgettable for playing for the Bills. Even here. Okay, the other two, you have two safeties. One played for the Bills for 5 years. The other played for the Bills for 3 years. And they are, one's before Lynch, one's after Lynch. Both starters. I'm not asking you like guys that played one game here.
Not George Wilson.
No. 37, I think George Wilson.
Yeah, he was in the 30s.
And maybe a different number. Did he play wide receiver for a second?
He did. He came in the league as a wide receiver.
Yeah.
He's also a model.
Here's a good way to do this. The two safeties I'm having you guess, they also played corner in their careers. Both of them.
Aaron Williams.
Aaron Williams
came in as a corner. They moved him to safety.
Yep, which was a great move. 2011 to 2016. So 2011 to 2023, you had two players just hog that number. 23.
So it had to be early now for this guy.
Yes.
Earlier.
04 to 06.
04 to 06. A safety at that time.
Who began his career as a corner. Not just began. I mean, he played 11 years at corner. Okay,
Drayton Florence.
Nope.
Oh, man.
Pro Football Reference says
he
played corner, was a first-team All-Pro, then came to the Bills in his 13th season and switched to safety.
Is he? He's in the league now. He's
Yes, he is.
Troy Vincent.
Troy Vincent is the other name. So just those four. Was Troy Vincent the one that broke G.P. Lossman's leg?
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
Yes. That would have been a great hit. Hey,
that would have been a great
famous
hit.
Training camp play.
Yeah.
It became controversial.
He wrecked one of the Bills' quarterbacks in practice.
Troy Vincent.
Yeah. So only 4 Bills that have worn 23 until Dane Jackson here being the 5th in the last 20 years. 803-0550, the phone number. Back into James Cook a little bit when we come back. What should he get? Looking at the other running backs in the league, his worth to the Bills, I think, is a big part of this conversation as well. No James Cook at OTAs. We're talking about it. You can get in at 803-0550 here on WGR. Joey Bosa. So McDermott updating everybody on Bosa there. A little bit of newsy update from McDermott that Bosa injured his calf last week, and he's not there at OTAs, which... Man, Salick, there already is a question and a concern about his availability problems that he had with the Chargers. I mean, it is the reason he only gets a 1-year contract in free agency. And they're not even on the field for things yet, and there's already something that's popped up. Yeah. Now, McDermott said, how did he phrase it? It was for the foreseeable spring that he'll be out?
So basically, yeah. However he phrased it, what he said was the rest of this offseason program. Foreseeable spring, offseason program. So, and part of the reason is because he did say it happened recently, so they are still in an exploratory mode, which gets you a little bit more, oh my gosh, like what else could it be? But, Joe, you know Sean McDermott well enough by now. Mm-hmm. He wouldn't kind of put a bit of a definitive timeline on it,
right?
Unless he's really confident about that.
But
he doesn't do that.
He also did give a little bit of a sign, I guess, by the exploratory part of it, and he mentions training camp that there's at least a chance, isn't there, that he's out until what? The start of training camp?
And I think that's what
it's not a short-term.
You mean
thing.
into training camp? Into training camp, because
training camp, it being even a question. Maybe I wonder if he's on the field, and it's something that they're managing already.
Oh, 100%. I think that's open for sure. The way he made it sound yesterday, what I took of it was, he's not there this week. He's not on the field this week, next week, or mandatory minicamp. Once we hit training camp, he should be on the field. But I agree with you that doesn't have to be true. Like, you could get to training camp and they say, hey, we're holding back on him as he gets treatment or something.
Or he's on the field one day and he's not on the field the next day because they're already they gotta be careful with the guy. The connection point between how much you win, not just because in the playoffs, you almost could make the argument it's more important in the playoffs because you get so few opportunities. Because penalties aren't called all the time. When you get them, you got to score on them.
Yeah, special teams in the playoffs becomes paramount.
Right. It becomes more important. In the regular season, I mean, his idea and others that power play might mean more to winning than you think. The Sabres are a great example of that. I mean, looking back on their last couple of years, 24th in the league in power play this year, or this past season, 29th the year before, 9th the year before that. Doesn't that kind of sound about how those seasons went?
Right. It's all connected.
And for 2 years now, they haven't been able to figure it out. So I don't think they're getting Mitch Marner. But when I think about ways that they could break the drought without spending to the cap, because I don't really expect them to do that, without getting Mitch Marner, because I don't really expect them to do that, without going out and getting a star goaltender, because I think they could use that, I don't expect them to do it. All these things that I think could help you get there, I don't expect. But one area, if you're just looking for, all right, if they can do it without, with these shortcomings that we think they have, how could it happen? It's that. They have a year, maybe even the personnel isn't totally different, but somehow they find their way to a top 10, even top 5 power play. But I think you're going to need one of two things to happen for that. You're going to have to go make a savvy investment somewhere in a player that's going to make that pop, or somebody on your team's going to have to get 10 times better at it. Peterka, for years now, has been a great 5-on-5 player, and then it just hasn't.
It goes away.
It hasn't converted on the power play.
He gets too much time, and he I think he just gets a little excited about making a fancier play, and it hasn't worked for him.
So maybe he's the guy that has a giant step to take on that unit. But
how big of a role does coaching have to play in this? Like I
probably a lot.
I think it's pretty significant.
Good morning. The Bills start up OTAs yesterday down at One Bills Drive. Bills head coach Sean McDermott met with the media prior to practice and reported that all players were present and accounted for except for running back James Cook. McDermott also reported a injury to edge rusher Joey Bosa.
We basically look ahead in terms of what he's doing now, which is getting himself the treatment that he needs, and he's working hard at it. And that's all that he can control right now. And, we get him back when we get him back, probably at this point, training camp.
McDermott reported that Bosa suffered a calf injury, but as he said right there, he'll likely be back for training camp. If you want to hear all of what McDermott had to say, you can find that on demand on our website, WGR550.com. In the NHL playoffs last night, the Edmonton Oilers beat the Dallas Stars 4-1, taking a 3-1 series lead. Corey Perry and Leon Draisaitl scored for the Oilers, along with Kasperi Kapanen and Adam Henrique adding empty net goals at the end of the game. Game 5 shifts back to Dallas tomorrow. Tonight, the Carolina Hurricanes look to stave off elimination once again as they take on the Florida Panthers in Game 5 in Carolina. Puck drop tonight is at 8 o'clock. Over in the NBA last night, Tyrese Halliburton and the Indiana Pacers stunned the New York Knicks, winning Game 4 130-121. Halliburton put up a triple-double with 32 points, 12 rebounds, and 15 assists. The Pacers now have a 3-1 lead over the Knicks. Game 5 is in New York tomorrow. The Oklahoma City Thunder can close out the Minnesota Timberwolves tonight in Game 5 of the Western Conference Finals. Thunder lead that series 3-1. Tip-off is in OKC at 8:30. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Josh Schmidt for WGR Sports Radio 550.
So getting us started here as it relates to the Bills, attendance-wise, all but James are here and accounted for. We're staying in touch like you'd expect a player and a coach to do. So, James will be here when he's ready to be here, and, we move forward.
Good morning. It's Jeremy and Joe. Jeremy is off this week. Sal Capaccio is in. Jeremy's texted me yesterday. He is not happy.
About what?
He left his golf clubs, which are going to be arriving at a different point in time.
Because he's in Boston.
So he's got like an open day.
What do you
today.
mean he left them? He didn't bring them with him?
Well, they're coming with Nate's meeting him out there. So
I had to drop them off for Nate yesterday.
Okay, there you go. So they're going to be on the way, which means he has an open day today, and doesn't have his golf clubs with him.
I'm still confused. I have no idea. Why did he not bring his golf clubs with him?
His car was too packed up. With the
family was out there for the first couple of days, and
okay,
yeah. So
it was kind of intentional. He didn't bring them.
Yeah, because now he's got an in between day.
I'm like, there's no way you just forget golf clubs.
No.
Okay, that would have been crazy.
He's got to test out some rental clubs.
How far would you have to drive? You're going on a trip where it's not all golf, but you are going to be golfing. And how far do you have to drive before you realize I forgot the golf clubs to where you would still turn around?
To turn around and get them?
An hour?
I mean, it might be literally like you have to go back no matter what.
Right.
I guess the only other option is you rent clubs or you borrow your friends. Now, for me, I hit left-handed. How many people am I playing with that have left-handed clubs?
Yeah, it's tougher for you. But at the same time, even for you, if you've driven 4.5 hours, you're not turning around.
No.
If you've driven 3 hours,
now what I might do,
you're probably still not turning around. Honestly,
yeah. I might call my wife and say, could you please FedEx them? I don't care if it's going to cost $500.
There you go. Well, ooh, man. Is that how much that would cost?
I mean, I would be so mad. Would. No, because the pride of, there's no way. Like, I will spend what it takes to get these here because I'm so mad at myself.
I mean, that's why you just buy new golf clubs.
Yeah, that's right. Just buy new golf clubs. That's right.
Buying new golf clubs.
That's right. But I don't know if you're like me. Like, when I leave the house, almost without fail, I will drive, 5 minutes and start thinking of all the things I might have left at home.
Okay.
Does not matter. Did I bring this? Did I bring that?
How often do you actually have you forgotten something where you have to spin back around real quick?
Several times, quite a few in my life, enough to not have to count. But yeah, like for example, little things like I forgot my credential to get into the Bills media room.
Okay,
little things like
That's
that,
important,
like things that matter.
Yeah. Sure. Also things that you can't pick up on the way.
I forgot. You know what? Man, I forgot my wireless mic to do interviews because I want to be able to move around a little bit. Something like that.
Right. That's right. I'll think about little things I forget, but oftentimes it ends up being something where I can just run to the store real quick and get it. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Like, I forgot to put the deodorant in my bag. That's fine. I could just run to wherever and get one when we're there. So, anyways, James Cook. Sean McDermott speaking about James Cook there. Good morning. It is a beautiful Wednesday morning. It's going to rain a little bit later on today. OTAs again for the Bills today. Not open to the media today. Would you also, though, expect that, you said this about Josh Allen, like Allen's got his wedding, we think, this weekend, and he was there yesterday. We don't know if he'll be there today, technically just because no media on hand. I don't think he's showing up. But if James Cook showed up today, we would find out about it, right?
Probably. They're
probably.
I think the Bills would probably put a social post out
right.
showing him walking in or, hey,
yeah.
You know?
Here's Jimbo.
Yeah.
Jimbo's here.
Yeah, and it wouldn't be like even, it'd be in a way of like just kind of nonchalantly showing him, right?
Right, yeah. In a way to kind of, okay, hey, he's here. No one has to go crazy anymore or wondering about if there's a holdout coming. Here he is. But again, I don't think, why would he not be there day one and would be there day two?
Yeah, I don't think that's happening.
I don't think that's happening. No. What do you think James Cook is worth? And to me, the question, this is from a Bills standpoint, what is he worth to the Bills? When we were going over earlier the average per year in the league at that position, Saquon Barkley, $20 million a year, Christian McCaffrey, $19 million a year, Derrick Henry, $15 million a year. I think for all three of those, you can reasonably argue that, you know what, it's a lot of money for a running back, but Christian McCaffrey, is he worth $19 million a year to the Niners offense? Because that offense is kind of built around him. Not fully, they have other weapons.
I mean, you could obviously say, well, he's been hurt, but yes, your point overall for what he means when he's healthy to them is yes.
Right, he's the show. He gets the ball all the time. He's a huge weapon in the pass game.
Come on.
Saquon, the offense was geared around him last year. Henry, it's more of a, Lamar Jackson is Lamar Jackson, and he's unbelievable. But Henry the whole run game is built through him. That was a historically good run game last year. What is Cook's worth? You could debate whether Cook is as good as these guys that are getting 14, 15 million. Is he worth 15 million, though, to the Bills' offense? Is another question.
No. Because, they have the league MVP standing in front of him.
Right.
I'm looking at Josh Jacobs at $12 million, Aaron Jones at $10 million. I could find comparable there of what they might mean. Mm-hmm. Now, obviously, the Vikings offense, they kind of caught lightning in a bottle last year, and Darnold was really good, and they have a really good offensive mind and coach and all that. It didn't go well in the playoffs. How much was Aaron Jones? Like, how much did he mean as much? James Cook, you could argue, meant more to the Bills. I have to go back and look at what Aaron Jones' season was. But last year, the Vikings, it was like a lot of what Darnold was doing.
I could say they're probably that's probably a pretty good comparable.
Right?
I would say Jones didn't have the touchdowns that Cook did.
1,100 yards rushing.
Yep.
Carried the ball 255 times.
He also, I would think, was more in terms of the receiving game. Aaron Jones, he usually is a pretty dynamic receiving back. 50 catches last year.
So Aaron Jones ranks ahead of him, I think, in what he meant, especially knowing that they didn't have the league MVP. They have Sam Darnold. So let's go below him now. Joe Mixon with the Texans, James Conner with the Cardinals, okay.
And these are good backs. These are good backs. They're not the premier backs of the league.
If you found out today, James Cook just made a little bit more than Joe Mixon, wouldn't you be like, okay, yeah, that makes sense, without knowing the numbers?
Right. And that's closer, I would say, to, because I don't think it's the same for the McCaffreys of the world and the Derrick Henrys of the world. You start looking at like a Joe Mixon or a James Conner, what's their worth to that offense? Mm-hmm. And I think you're in the same ballpark now as James Cook. It is impactful. He is a very good player. The other thing I might want to ask you about, like, how big a deal should this be for the Bills and for any team that's looking to pay him, is I go to Aaron Jones' numbers. And Aaron Jones, it's not 80% like McCaffrey can be, but Aaron Jones plays 63% of the snaps. That's the difference. Joe Mixon plays a ton for the Houston Texans. It is not as much of a rotation in the Houston offense. It's not as much of a rotation in the Arizona offense when you're looking at James Conner. Last year, 62% for Mixon. Again, you got like a 15% difference here, but how is that any piece of the pie too? Is, hey, listen, like, you're a great runner, and Cook gets all the touchdowns, and he's become a dynamic, big play guy in the run game as well. But listen, you want $15 million a year. The guys that make $15 million a year are on the field 3 downs. And James Cook played 48% of the snaps last year. Who comes onto the field in the final drive of the season to play at running back because he's more trustworthy as a pass blocker? It's not James Cook, it's Ty Johnson. So This is probably why it's uncomfortable to do contract negotiations as a GM in a sport, because you kind of have to make arguments against your own guys for why they're not worth this much money. If you were doing that to Cook, that would be it. It's, listen, you're a great runner, but why you're not worth $15 million a year is you don't play all 3 downs.
Yeah. Let's get connected with our fans. Brought to you by Northtown Kia, Western New York's #1 Kia dealer. Shop online at northtownkia.com. I'm looking in the bullpen. Somebody said 4 years, $40 million, $10 million a year. Scott, appreciate that. Coach says, by Sal's logic, Cook is more valuable to the Bills than Henry is for the Ravens. I don't think I said anything like that. I understand the MVP point of having Lamar Jackson in front of you, but no, the point I'm making is that's not it. He's not more valuable in fact, it's a good debate. Like how important
important Henry is.
I think where you get there with that, Coach, or anyone, is you have to parse how much Henry means to Jackson or Jackson means to Henry. If you take Henry out of the equation, what is Jackson? If you take Jackson out of the equation, what is Henry? We've seen that before. Let's do it the opposite in Buffalo. Take Cook out of the equation. Is Josh Allen still the MVP? I think he very well could be.
I would bet he.
I don't think he has maybe quite as great of a year, but it's probably still really good in MVP like.
And that's not to say Lamar. Lamar Jackson won all of his MVPs
there you go.
without Derrick Henry.
There you go.
So that's a part of it too. And I also, that is an interesting one because Henry gets the $15 million. Couple of differences, small, big, whatever. One of them is Henry's 31 years old, so when he signs for $15 million a year, it's really a 2-year deal because of his age, right? James Cook, in the chat they put a 4-year deal. Cook is probably a longer-term deal because he's younger than what Henry just got. Henry signs a 1-year deal last year or 2-year deal last year, and he signs another 2-year deal now.
And listen, I think that
James Cook's not settling. If I bet you right now, well, actually, should I bet this? Maybe they wouldn't. What I was about to say was, if James Cook came to the Bills right now and said, "What about $15 million over 2 years?" I wonder if the Bills would be more open because
You mean $7.5 million a year?
No, $15 million per
year,
but only for 2 years. But I don't think that's what they're discussing, right? Why would James Cook be pushing for a 2-year deal? Wouldn't he be pushing for a 4-year deal or
probably.
a 5-year deal?
I also think you can't. I'm struggling with this Henry comparison. I want to say this.
It's because they are so different in terms of body types
But I think Henry
it's a slight to Cook to say that Derrick Henry's a better running back.
Yeah, but Henry also gets kind of paid also on he has this really great body of work of what he's done throughout his career to help out.
He's a Hall of Famer.
Right?
Great.
I know you're generally paying guys for what they're going to do, but I do think you get to a point where, dude, you were great for us. You helped us get to this level. Look at what you put in here. We're going to reward you for that, too. It's not just you've had a really good start to your career 4 years.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So I don't think you could compare. I think he's kind of an outlier there. Because there is a comparison of, look, you have the MVP quarterback, too, and you still have this guy, and they kind of have to play off each other a little bit.
That's right. Henry also, last year, again, there are differences here. The workload. He got 325 carries last season, 1,900 yards. For the touchdowns were the same. But Henry, is such a critical part of that offense. Whereas, 150 more carries last year than James Cook had. So his role, as much as Cook's role in the Bills' offense is big, it's a big role. I mean, for their own everybody eats mentality, if you include everything, he might be second to Josh Allen. Right? He definitely is. He touches the ball more than all the receivers, and he's the lead running back, but he's not getting the ball the way Henry does in Baltimore. That's a big critical difference. So for me, that I think what I'm saying here to summarize is I don't think he is worth the same to the Bills as what Derrick Henry is worth to the Baltimore Ravens.
Agreed. Scott makes the point. Ravens' offense is built to run the ball right at you. He's best built for that and fits that offense. And what is the Bills' offense now? Everybody eats. You're a part of the machine, James. Right? You're a part of what we do. Yeah, you're really good at being that part. But you're a part of what we do here. Where, like Derrick Henry, they went out and signed him specifically to be a big part of what they want to, their identity of what they are.
Yeah. And I'm not...
To focal point of that even.
I guess like a lot of this for me is like, the best case scenario for me is that James Cook shows up at some point and he plays this year and plays really well on the final year of his deal, and then someone gives him a big contract and the Bills get a compensatory pick for him and they hit the refresh button at the position. I mean, I just think when you are signing second contracts to running backs at 27 years old, you're not getting to the end of that deal 9 times out of 10 with that player still being worth what the contract says he's worth. So I'm good with them hitting the refresh button after 1 year. And again, like I think Cook is a lot of this is tough because I think Cook is a good player. He is. Take the offensive line out of this for a second because I think if you were to rank, I mean, where would he rank? Who the best players in the Bills' offense? Where would he rank? He would rank highly. He's not. Josh Allen's going to be number 1. I would definitely put Deion Dawkins number 2 as the best at what he does. I would put Spencer Brown in the same category as Cook, but he's in the conversation as the next guy, right? Him, Khalil Shakir, like these are good football players. So I want to preface all this with that. I'm not afraid of the Bills having an offense past this year with a different running back than James Cook. A rookie or another free agent, or I don't know if I want to jump to even Ray Davis with it, but
I think
I'm not terrified of a future if Ray Davis has got to be my starting running back for a time.
I was just going to ask you that. What would it look like? You asked me earlier, what are the Bills at defensive end without Joey Bosa?
Yeah.
Let me ask you, what are the Bills at running back this year if it does get to the worst case scenario and James Cook says, I'm just not playing and this is going to go south? And they go into a season without James Cook. What does the running back position look like in your eyes as it relates to their ability to win games?
I would say that it is definitely not as good as it could be if Cook is not there, but that it wouldn't really get in the way of their offense. Their offense would pretty much be about what it was going to be, which is going to be one of the top units in the league, Allen at the helm, and Davis and Ty Johnson. Ty Johnson's a great receiving back. What am I getting out of a Ray Davis? Am I getting the similar results that I had out of Devin Singletary when he was the Bills running back? Because you could argue that is absolutely replacement level, but I guess I'm saying I think a replacement level running back from the Bills doesn't get in the way of their goals for the season. You know, I'm struggling with that, though, because running back, we're at a point here with running back where it's more debatable than it ever has been how valuable the position was. I think if you go back to even before last summer, that free agency period last spring where Henry goes to Baltimore and Barkley goes to Philadelphia and Jacobs goes to Green Bay, you got these big contracts to veteran running backs that are being thrown around. And you go to before that, it was becoming almost a consensus, I think. Hey, running back is just throw a guy in there, and you're going to be fine. And then this last season happened, and the Eagles got every bit of what they wanted out of Barkley, and the Ravens did out of Henry, and the Packers did out of Josh Jacobs. Like, it worked out for all of those teams, and running is back, and their teams are running the ball more than they ever have been. So there, I think, is a good argument right now. Running back, maybe the pendulum swung too far. It isn't, anybody, everything's the same. No matter who's in there, everything is the same. But I still do think there is a strong element of, if I've got an elite quarterback and in the Bills' sake, I've got an awesome offensive line, I feel like the Bills could put almost any replacement level running back in there and they're still going to have a top offense.
I don't disagree.
Which is why
any replacement though. Any replacement.
Not any replacement. Like, that's why I wanted to almost put it as replacement level. If a guy goes in there and he's just terrible, like he doesn't read the holes right, because that's one thing Cook is great at. Cook, I think his vision as a ball carrier is one of the areas that has improved a ton over the 3 years that he's been a Bill. And not everybody you put in there. Some guys are going to run into the back of David Edwards, and a run that should be 7 yards, maybe Cook would take for 7, is going to be -2 for you. Like, there are numbers for that. Rushing yards over expectation that Cook ranks very well at that other runners don't. So, yeah, I don't want to just say any replacement, but I also, where we have Ray Davis and Ty Johnson, I don't think they are any replacement. I think they're pretty good. They're fine running backs right now. So I don't feel like I'm starting from
I'll
scratch.
go back to then I'm going to get back to, I don't think it's unreasonable to say, okay, $9 million, let's say. 9 to 10, somewhere in there. That puts you in the David Montgomery, James Conner, Joe Mixon range. I don't think that's unreasonable.
No, I don't think so either. John and Clarence wants to get in on this. What's up, John?
How you doing, guys? Thanks for taking my call. Happy holidays. I got a question. I listened to the show for such a long time. You guys are tremendous. I'm a huge James Cook fan, and I'm sure you guys are as well. And I understand he's not a Derrick Henry, but I'm just having a flashback here. Sometimes the running back position is tops, and sometimes it's not. It seems like every other year we're talking how important it is. But I can see this conversation taking place in 3 or 4 years with Tage Thompson, and we're going to lose this guy as well, because this is just the mentality of what this city and we do here. And I understand you can't break the bank with this guy, but to compare him with Connors or Mixon or whatever, that's ridiculous.
Why?
Why is he?
Who should he be compared to?
So much more. This guy is he don't compare to anybody. What this guy has done single-handedly is a tremendous compliment to Allen and this entire offense. When was the last time we had a battle? Thurman. And look what that team accomplished. I know there was no Super Bowls, but I just get a little concerned.
I just want to make sure I'm getting this right, John. You want to compare him to an NFL MVP who led the league in yards from scrimmage for 3 straight years?
No,
That's what you just did.
Derrick Henry.
No, you just Thurman Thomas.
I understand he's Thurman Thomas. I'm saying he did for us what Thurman Thomas did, not the yardage and all that.
Yeah, I don't think he did. I think you have the NFL MVP at quarterback. I don't think it's ridiculous. Who would you compare him to? You say to compare him to the guys we are. I'm talking money-wise. By the way, hold on. I do want to make the nuanced point here, John. We're not comparing the player. I think he's better than, let's say, Joe Mixon or David Montgomery. We're comparing the dollars they're making into the contract.
Right.
That's what we're doing.
And the worth to the offense.
And the worth to the offense. Where, so who would you compare him to in that regard?
Okay, so maybe I'm going to back up a little bit. I'm going to ask you guys, what's a decent contract for him?
I just said it, $9 to $10 million.
Yeah, Sal said 9 to 10 million.
9 to 10, I think.
Okay, so then we get back to the place, well, if we don't pay him 10 or even 11, someone else will.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
That's right.
But will someone pay him 15? Because that's what he wants, 15.
Somebody might pay him 15 because they can justify that contract on the team.
Could you justify it for the Bills? That is what Saquon Barkley, Christian McCaffrey, and Derrick Henry make. They're the only ones at that level.
All right. So are we going to compare him to those guys?
No, that's why I said he's not. I'm not doing that. I don't want to give them that. And the Bills aren't. That's exactly what we said.
Okay. So we agree on $10 million. I think he's worth $10 million.
That's what we said earlier,
right,
but
so
you said it was ridiculous.
John, I think we agree.
Yeah, okay. But what I'm trying to say, guys, what I'm trying to say is I know it's easier said than done, but we just got to try to fit these guys into this
into this
payroll here. and make some moves, make some creative moves. God, I wish Bill Polian was around.
Can I just make this point though, John? I'm sorry. Absolutely. When you say the mentality of this city, they just signed 5 dudes to contract extensions. I mean, like, you can't sign everyone. It is not the mentality of the city that they just let all their good players walk. That just doesn't happen. You're being really, really like overreactionary or whatever the word you want to use here.
And John, we got to move on here. Thank you for the call. I actually really think a lot of what you're saying is a counter more to what I was saying more than what Sal was saying. Sal laid it out like $9 to $10 million, a good contract for him, worth that to the Bills. If the couple of minutes that I did right before you came on, I'm making more of the argument, I guess, that I just wouldn't sign him. And I think there is a defense for we're just not going to do it. We like you. You've done a great job, an excellent job, but and maybe they don't even say this to him directly.
You're okay with just letting it play out and him go.
We're just going to let you walk.
I'm not afraid of that, but I think I would rather see James Cook on this offense than the wondering of, well, who else do you actually get?
Right. So I feel like, John,
you're okay with that.
Yes. So, John, I feel like your counter is a little more towards me, which is a little more geared towards you can just let him walk and be fine with that. Mike,
he also said happy holidays. I don't know if he just meant Memorial Day.
Memorial Day.
But is there another holiday coming up?
I think
the 4th of July is soon.
I think technically there would have to be a second holiday to put the S on the end of it. Mm-hmm. I don't know what the 4th of July is too far away. It's over a month away.
Juneteenth is June 19th. That's too long away.
Yeah, you would never say happy 4th of July today.
Correct.
That would look crazy. Mike, if you stay on hold, we'll get to you right when we come back on James Cook and what's going to happen here. Andy Young coming up at 8 o'clock for more on this as well. Stay tuned. This is WGR. Joey Bosa. So McDermott updating everybody on Bosa there. A little bit of newsy update from McDermott that Bosa injured his calf last week, and he's not there at OTAs, which, man, Salick, there already is a question and a concern about his availability problems that he had with the Chargers. I mean, it is the reason he only gets a 1-year contract in free agency. And they're not even on the field for things yet, and there's already something that's popped up. Yeah. Now, McDermott said, how did he phrase it? It was for the foreseeable spring that he'll be out?
So basically, yeah. However he phrased it, what he said was the rest of this offseason program. Foreseeable spring, offseason program. So, and part of the reason is because he did say it happened recently. So they are still in an exploratory mode, which gets you a little bit more, oh my gosh, like what else could it be? But, Joe, you know Sean McDermott well enough by now. Mm-hmm. He wouldn't kind of put a bit of a definitive timeline on it unless he's really confident about that. But he doesn't do that.
He also did give a little bit of a sign, I guess by the exploratory part of it, and he mentions training camp, that there's at least a chance, isn't there, that he's out until, what, the start of training camp?
And I think that's what
it's not a short-term
You mean
thing.
into training camp. Into training camp. Because
training camp it being even a question. Maybe I wonder if he's on the field and it's something that they're managing already.
Oh, 100%. I think that's open for sure. The way he made it sound yesterday, what I took of it was he's not there this week. He's not on the field this week, next week, or mandatory minicamp. Once we hit training camp, he should be on the field. But I agree with you that doesn't have to be true. Like, you could get to training camp and they say, hey, we're holding back on him as he gets treatment or something.
Or he's on the field one day and he's not on the field the next day because they're already they gotta be careful with the guy. Last time we're gonna talk about Rodgers for like a certain amount of time. Months. Or until he actually signs. Because I'm going to tell you right now what's happening with Aaron Rodgers. Okay? He's going to the Pittsburgh Steelers. He doesn't want to do any offseason work. So, without signing, it doesn't become a story that he's not there. And he also can't be fined by the team for not being somewhere. So like last year, when he's skipping a week of, Jets mini camp, or it might have even been training camp, to go do drugs in Egypt, it doesn't become as big of a story. Because he's not actually signed on the team, he can do whatever he wants. And it's more about, will he sign? He's going to sign. He just doesn't want to do the offseason work. That's it. But he's going to be the Steelers quarterback. Lock it in. And they're going to win 7 games.
OTAs underway for the Buffalo Bills. Started up yesterday. Bills head coach Sean McDermott met with the media prior to practice, reporting that all players are present and accounted for except for running back James Cook. He also reported that edge rusher Joey Bosa would likely miss most of OTAs due to a calf injury, but he expects he'll be ready for training camp. If you want to hear what McDermott had to say, you can find that on demand on our website, WGR550.com. In the NHL playoffs last night, the Oilers beat the Stars 4-1, taking a 3-1 series lead in the Western Conference Finals. Game 5 ships back to Dallas tomorrow. Tonight, the Carolina Hurricanes look to stave off elimination once again as they take on the Panthers in Game 5 in Carolina. Puck drop for that game is at 8 o'clock. Over in the NBA last night, the Pacers take out the New York Knicks 130-121, winning Game 4. Tyrese Halliburton put up a triple-double with 32 points, 12 rebounds, and 15 assists. The Pacers now have a 3-1 lead over the Knicks. Game 5 is in New York tomorrow. And the Oklahoma City Thunder can close out the Minnesota Timberwolves tonight in Game 5 of the Western Conference Finals. Thunder lead that series 3-1. Tip-off tonight in OKC is at 8:30. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
I want to go chase the highest of the highest, and I'm gonna keep doing it, and I'm gonna stand on what I stand on, and I don't want to feel like a cancer at all, because I don't like all that attention and all that, that's not me, honestly, and I'm just standing on business, man.
James Cook earlier this offseason on the Nightcap podcast, not our Nightcap, with Shannon Sharp. He was not at OTAs yesterday. Not that that's that surprising. We'll see if he's at mandatory minicamp in a couple of weeks. Jody Biasi, Sal Capaccio, good morning. Get to some phone calls here on James Cook. There's also a Tyreek Hill Bills Mafia rant, apparently.
I'm just learning about this through the bullpen. Thank you, bullpen, for bringing this up earlier. AC, I think, brought it up in the bullpen. I did not know.
Yeah, I'm seeing it now. We'll get to that.
Oh, my goodness.
We'll get to that in a moment. We'll get some calls in first, though. Mike in Pennsylvania has been waiting on hold. What's up, Mike?
Hey, guys. Good morning. So I'm still going to take the stance that I took at the end of the season, and I think James Cook is – look, we fall in love with his speed and his explosiveness, and we've been pounding at the pavement to get somebody like that in there. I feel he's an average running back. He doesn't pass block well. He drops some passes. He's a good receiver, but he's dropped key touchdowns in big games. I remember the one in Philadelphia he dropped over the shoulder. So, I mean, while I think he's good, I don't think he's worth the headache, and I do feel like we have better options in the backfield now to insert, like Ray Davis. I feel Ray Davis is not as explosive. I think he's a better pass catcher of the football than James Cook. And I feel like he runs and he does pass protection better than James Cook. So at the end of the day, I don't think James Cook really has the leverage he thinks he does. And the Bills, I think they're not going to sign him going forward. So, and I always thought that holding out was a possibility. But, I mean, at the end of the day, he's not an elite back. He's not. He had a whole bunch of touchdowns, and I think that came from Josh Allen, playing alongside Josh Allen. While he is a good running back, I feel we should move on. It's just not worth the headaches.
Yeah, thanks, Mike, for the call. One thing I would want to mention, though, is this is not exactly the point you made. You talked more about Allen, but James Cook's 16 touchdowns were not because they were just giving him the ball at the 1-yard line. It wasn't the Bills drove down the field a bunch of times and they got to the 1 or the 2 and they handed the ball to James Cook. James Cook's average distance of touchdown was one of the highest in the league last year.
He's had some really long runs.
Yeah, like Barkley, I think, was the only one higher than him.
Do you remember, not this past training camp, the year before that, we were out together and I said, Joe, every day out here, James Cook is busting off a big run. Yeah. Every day. And then that's kind of what it became for him. And even more so last year. He really did. He had a lot of big runs. James Cook's a really good running back, a really good player. I think there's some numbers that say he also sees a lot of light boxes, right? Guys in the box, because the Bills have Josh Allen and you have to account for him and throwing the ball. And this is why it's such a nuanced point. It really is. I just don't think this can be this is not a zero-sum game with James Cook, okay? We sit here and we say, who's he comparable to? What's the worth? I think it's different for every team on how your team is built, how your team is structured. I don't think there's a right answer necessarily here, and it's tough to say because this is a guy who plays a position that is so different and unique to each team. And we saw that. We saw that in this era that you brought up earlier, Joe. You brought it up about how running backs just were like, okay, a dime a dozen. Mm-hmm. The Eagles go out and pay and get Saquon Barkley. Now, they didn't pay him the extraordinary money, which he's got the new contract now. But they go out and pay Saquon Barkley, and everybody's like, come on, like running back, Saquon Barkley, yeah, he's really good. And look what happened, and they win the Super Bowl, right? Like, there is a spot for that can be, now they don't have Josh Allen, they have Jalen Hurts, who's really good, right? But it is so unique to each position. So, I got a tweet here, and I think this is so interesting. Jeremy, thank you for tweeting in, says, not Jeremy White. Jeremy says, if the Bills let Cook walk, that will be the third day 2 running back they let walk. That will be an indictment against Bean. And my counter would be, okay, I get it. You spend a high asset, a day 2 running back. And Jeremy, I understand. Day 2 running back, he doesn't get a second contract. You're like, okay, what did we get from that asset?
Yeah.
But I would also tell you, there's a lot of people who would say that's exactly how you should treat the position.
Yeah.
You draft a guy who's good enough to play for you, get you wins, put in your backfield a day 2 running back, use him up and let him go for a payday that you're not going to give him.
Yep. That's still how I think the position, in large part, should be treated by most teams. Whether the Bills are one of those teams is the best question. Because you bring up Barkley. There is a sentiment out there, I've heard Mina Kimes talks about this all the time from ESPN, that if you're a bad team, even beyond that, more specifically, if you're a team with a bad offensive line, Seattle has been this team. That's actually, I think, her favorite team, so she's very plugged in on them. If you're a team with a bad offensive line, don't bother spending picks and money on running backs. Because if they have no holes to run through, if they have nowhere to run, you can't maximize the talent of that player. You got to have the line first if you're going to invest in running back. She mentioned Seattle as a team that has done it the other way. They've never had a good offensive line. They've been spending these second-round picks on running backs, and they don't get good results out of them. Versus, she compared them to the Eagles, which is, and the Bills would fit this category as well. If you have a dominant offensive line, that's the team that could defend having the star running back. Because you're getting that player into open field way more often than the bad teams are. So that's where the Bills' place in this becomes interesting and tough to figure out about what they should do with Cook. Because he's a great back. He's not Barkley, but You have that piece. You have that piece of, okay, the Bills' offensive line is great. So you would think you're going to get more out of that great back. We just saw it from James Cook because you're getting him into the open field much more often than if James Cook goes to, who's a team with a bad offensive line? If James Cook goes to Miami next year, he's not going to break off as many big runs. Is Miami a good example of that? Who's got a bad offensive line?
They're also very good at kind of running the ball and scheming.
That's true. So that might not be
I'd use Cincinnati, but Cincinnati has an MVP-level quarterback.
That's right. That makes it different. If the Giants... Again,
where Singletary went.
Yeah, where Singletary went. If the Giants sign James Cook next year, he'll probably be fine, but he's not going to... Like, that was part of the Barkley piece. The Giants got crushed for not re-signing Saquon Barkley. If Saquon Barkley stayed with the New York Giants, it wouldn't change their season. Why did he have all these 60-yard touchdown runs for the Eagles? Because he got to the second level every single play.
They might have picked 6 instead of 3rd, maybe. I don't know.
Right.
Right.
Sean, Zoe, stay on hold. We'll try to squeeze you in when we come back here.
Were they the 3rd pick? Who picked 3rd? Were they?
Who? Wait.
The Giants. Who picked 3rd?
The Giants picked 3rd.
Okay, I want to make sure I got
Abdul
that right.
Carter.
That's right. Thank you.
Zoe and Sean, stay on hold. We'll get to you when we come back. Andy Young coming up in the 8 o'clock hour on James Cook and what his worth is to the Bills. Talking about it here on WGR. Bills are going to be on Hard Knocks? Or are they?
Did you miss that part? Did you miss that?
I mean, I wasn't here for it.
Oh, you weren't here for that.
I wasn't here for it. The Bills getting announced for Hard Knocks late last week.
Why do you ask, or are they? You're questioning if this is true?
Well, they haven't announced it, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't take that to mean that they're not doing it. Is it weird that they haven't themselves announced that they are going to be on Hard Knocks?
You tell me, why do you think they haven't announced it or acknowledged it?
I don't even know if I have a good guess. Could it just be that they don't really want to be on it? Could that have something to do with it?
I would lean more like that.
Mm-hmm.
I will tell you this. Yeah, the Bills didn't volunteer for this. They didn't raise their hand and tell the NFL we want to do this.
Okay.
Now, they'll be willing. They'll be good partners when it comes to it, when it's all said and done. But I think when it comes to acknowledging it, putting out something official, it's okay. Let's make sure we do this right. We weren't itching for this. We didn't want this. But if you're gonna kind of make us do this and select us, when we announce it, let's do it the right way to make sure that it's good for everybody, right? I think that's probably to me the way it reads. Because I will tell you that this is not something they raised their hand for and said, here, choose us. The Bills were always a team, and the messaging has been consistent on this, Joe, which is it's not something we really want to do. In fact, Brandon Beane has said what they do for embedded kind of takes care of that for them.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they give their own behind the scenes. They give their own all access to their fans. Well, what happened? The league said, we're going to change the rules. The Bills were always basically ineligible for Hard Knocks, at least over the last 6-7 years. Because they had made the playoffs every year, essentially.
Uh-huh.
Well, the league said, and NFL Films and HBO got together and said, well, we need more of a diverse pool of teams that we can choose from, and there's some more storylines out there we'd like. So, and then we have all these teams are saying no, especially what happened after the Giants and Joe Shane last year and all of that. We want to make sure teams just don't want to do it.
Mm-hmm.
And they said, we're going to change the rules. So back literally a couple months ago at the owners' meetings, they said, we're going to change the rules and say it doesn't matter if you made the playoffs or not. You can still be the team. Well, guess what? That's what happened to the Bills.
Last time we're going to talk about Rodgers for like a certain amount of time. Months. Or until he actually signs. Because I'm going to tell you right now what's happening with Aaron Rodgers. Okay? He's going to the Pittsburgh Steelers. He doesn't want to do any offseason work. So, without signing, it doesn't become a story that he's not there. And he also can't be fined by the team for not being somewhere. So, like last year, when he's skipping a week of, Jets mini camp, or it might have even been training camp, to go do drugs in Egypt, it doesn't become as big of a story. Because he's not actually signed on the team, he can do whatever he wants. And it's more about, will he sign? He's going to sign. He just doesn't want to do the offseason work. That's it. But he's going to be the Steelers quarterback. Lock it in. And they're going to win 7 games. We're just playing this Tyreek Hill.
I am playing the Tyreek Hill video, and I can't. I had to shut off the sound because there's a lot of bleeping that's got to go on.
If we're gonna play that later, Josh got some work to do with some bleeps. Zoe in Buffalo, what's up, Zoe?
Hey, good morning. Thanks for having me on the line.
Sure.
I want to say they need to pay James Cook. I know a lot of people are, no, we don't need to. We've seen what we've done on a rookie deal. We need to save the money. But I was saying this before, when Diggs left, he's the next weapon onto that team. He showed a lot of games that he could take over. If Lord forbid something happened to Josh Allen, I believe we still could win games with James Cook. He showed it in the Miami game, Dallas game. Even the game he messed up in the Broncos was fumbling, and right when he got in the game, you seen an instant impact when he in the game. Popped it for 40 yards, fumbled and picked up the ball and still running. They need to have him. The reason why they drafted that other tight end, that blocking tight end, was for the running game, but was more for James Cook. He gets to the edge fast. You just put up the stats of his touchdown ratio for long runs. He's a safe blanket off of Josh Allen, the superstar that could win the game. So I think they need to pay him. I know it sucked that he on his rookie deal, and we want to see another year, and he could play it out honestly like that. But, injuries happen, and, he given it his all. He showed that he wanted to, because from his other year when he was still running, but he didn't get the touchdown because we was taking him out because what? We thought he wasn't big, strong enough. He wasn't fast enough. And what did he do? Come back the next year. He proved that he got faster. He proved that he got stronger. He knocking people helmets off, running head up.
How high you want to go, Zoe? How high? How? I mean, you got 3 guys at 15 plus. You willing to go that high for him?
I negotiate that because the other player had got that 15, so I'll go a little bit under. And I would hope that he would be understanding and honest because the other guys had done more and been in the league longer, like Saquon Barkley. So I'll give him, see if I can get him in that 13 range, 14 the highest. Or, at the same time, we still going to negotiate your contract at some point in time.
Got you.
So I think, regardless, I think they need to pay him because you just grabbed that other tight end for James Cook. That tight end was for James Cook. Period. You go into the 12 personnels.
Yep.
It's a no-brainer.
Yep. Yeah, thanks so for the call. I mean, $13, $14 million, your standpoint, I feel like that would probably get it done. I don't think the Bills are that high.
Yeah, part of this entire intrigue is how hard of a stance is James Cook and his agent taking on 15, which seems to be the number based on social media posts and things like that, right?
Right.
Because we don't think the Bills are going that high anyway, 13, 14.
Right.
We don't know. But even if they did,
Well, because it would
James Cook come down a couple million?
It would feel crazy if they were willing to go to 13, 14 million, and he was. It wouldn't be a negotiation then; it would be a demand.
Yeah, that's right.
I am not playing for you unless it's 15. Because if you're turning down 13.7, that's why I don't believe the Bills are that high. Because it would be surprising to me if James Cook was being that hard about it. 803-0550, the phone number. Andy Young, when we come back, Spectrum News, more on this and some other things. Elijah Moore yesterday at practice. Sal's got something later in the week coming out about Elijah Moore, so we'll mention him as well. Other storylines for the Bills at OTAs, Joey Bosa's injury, all with Andy Young when we come back here in WGR.
I think at this point, it's not, for me, it more lies in the story is not necessarily that he's not at OTAs. The story really is more of the wondering and intrigue of what his plan is.
Right
now. We don't know, as of right now, if he'll be there in 2 weeks at mandatory minicamp. I think that's when it starts to become more of a story. If he misses mandatory minicamp, okay, he's not there. This is getting a little serious. It's still not training camp.
Yeah.
It's mandatory minicamp. It's the middle of June. Okay?
Yeah.
It's June 10, 11, 12. It becomes a little bigger story. To me, more than anything right now is what kind of story do we have on our hands? Because we don't know what his plan is. Mm-hmm. Is his plan to not be at training camp? Is his plan to hold in at mandatory minicamp or at training camp? That's where this is for me, which is everybody wondering because no one knows what his plan is and what he's going to do.
Right.
And it's intriguing. It's interesting because we're trying to figure it out and we won't know until we get there.
Right. And like maybe because what's his goal here? His goal is to get paid. His goal is to get the contract that he wants. And anything that happens between now and the start of the year for James Cook will be, other than the normal and obvious work that he'll do, in the workout room and on the practice field and film to get ready for the actual season, his other motivation is going to be, hey, how do I get that deal? How do I get that contract? And I really wonder if he'll take it to this point, or if he'll even just make the Bills call his bluff. I'm not playing football on this contract. He's not said that. Not like Trey Hendrickson has said that. Like guys have said that around the league, and they don't have to hold to it. But Cook has not said that. And you actually have Brandon Beane on the record earlier this month saying that he has no doubt that when it's time to play football, he'll be ready to roll. Speaking about James Cook, the GM is saying, I believe he'll play games. And has also been on the record saying things about how, for him to earn a contract like that, like he's kind of got to do it again.
Good morning. OTAs underway for the Bills, starting yesterday at One Bills Drive. Bills head coach Sean McDermott met with the media prior to practice, reporting all players were present and accounted for, except for running back James Cook.
Yeah, we're staying in touch like you'd expect a player and a coach to do. So, James will be here when he's ready to be here, and, we move forward.
McDermott also reported that edge rusher Joey Bosa would likely miss the rest of OTAs due to a calf injury, but he expects that he'll be ready for training camp. If you want to hear all of what McDermott had to say, you can find that on demand on our website, WGR550.com. In the NHL playoffs last night, the Edmonton Oilers beat the Dallas Stars 4-1, taking a 3-1 series lead in the Western Conference Finals. Corey Perry and Leon Draisaitl scored for the Oilers, along with Kasperi Kapanen and Adam Henrique adding empty net goals at the end of the game. Game 5 shifts back to Dallas tomorrow. Tonight, the Carolina Hurricanes look to stave off elimination once again as they take on the Florida Panthers in Game 5 in Carolina. Puck drop is tonight at 8 o'clock. Over in the NBA last night, Tyrese Halliburton and the Indiana Pacers stunned the New York Knicks in the Eastern Conference Finals, winning Game 4, 130-121. Halliburton put up a triple-double with 32 points, 12 rebounds, and 15 assists. The Pacers now have a 3-1 lead over the Knicks. Game 5 is in New York tomorrow. And the Oklahoma City Thunder can close out the Minnesota Timberwolves tonight. The Thunder lead that series 3-1. Tip-off is at 8:30 in OKC. That's Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Josh Schmidt for WGR Sports Radio 550.
Very comfortable. You get a chance to be around them a little bit. Those two names that you mentioned are new names, some of the newer guys. Their skill set's different. It'll just be interesting to see how we integrate that into what we do or how we build our offense, probably better said, around their strengths. And I think that's the key of any system is take what you have, get a good feel for what you have, the strengths of what you have and the players and their skill sets, and you make it work for the system. You build the system around it.
Bills head coach Sean McDermott, as OTAs got underway yesterday for the Buffalo Bills. Sal Capaccio was on hand, as was Andy Young. Good morning, it's Jeremy Joe. Jeremy's off this week, and we welcome in Andy Young now on the Western Hotline from Spectrum News 1. How'd it feel to be back down One Bills Drive, Andy? Not that you haven't been there for the draft
football,
and other
man.
things. Yeah,
it felt like football. We got players on the field practicing against each other, offense versus defense for the first time. So that ramp-up process, that picking up of intensity, just feels like, all right, here we go. It's Buffalo Bills football. We're back. I know we get the break before training camp, but this is kind of a symbolic picture for me of, all right, here we go. It's football season.
So we'll get to the James Cook saga and Joey Bosa's injury. From watching, though, was there anybody that stood out? Like, who was catching your eye when they're doing 11-on-11 stuff and 7-on-7 stuff? Who caught your eye on day one?
I think this will be music to Bills fans' ears. The two new wide receivers, Elijah Moore and Joshua Palmer. I mean, obviously your eyes go to them because they're new and they're on the offensive side of the ball. But both of those guys really did impress me in terms of what they bring to the table. Yes, it's OTAs. There's no pads, not a lot of contact with the defenders. But just watching Elijah Moore and his suddenness and his quickness in and out of breaks and the way that he's able to move and gain separation was really impressive. And Palmer, just a smooth route runner, which those two things are skill sets that I don't think the Bills really had last season. So they represent something that could be a positive for Josh Allen and the Bills as you trade out Amari Cooper and Matt Collins and you bring in Joshua Palmer and Elijah Moore. I think those two guys are guys that physically have some traits that are going to be beneficial for this Bills offense. And I'm really looking forward to seeing how they utilize those guys in the everybody eats model and concept, which I talked to both of those guys after practice. They're both really excited about that idea. And of course, when you're playing with an MVP quarterback thrown to you, that's got to get the juices flowing.
And I thought Moore had a good day yesterday. Like him and Josh seemed to hook up on a few passes down the field, I thought, Andy. I mean, it looked like they're right away already kind of starting to mesh a little bit. I know it's early, and I know we have a lot of this in context. I get that, but that was nice to see.
Yeah, absolutely. I thought so. I noticed the same thing, Sal, kind of watching the 7-on-7s and the 11-on-11s and more able to gain some separation and make plays with Josh Allen. And if they can develop chemistry early on here, I mean, that's a boon for the Bills as you go into training camp and really start to ramp things up. And I think that Moore is something that can be unlocked. He's got that 4-3 5 speed that he had coming out a few years ago in the combine. I mean, look at the quarterbacks that he's played with throughout his career between the Jets and the Browns, and to be able to put up 50, 60 catches like he did with the Browns after what they've had at quarterback the last couple of seasons. I mean, I think there's a little more to unlock there. I don't know that he's going to have 100 catches, but I think he's an impactful player in terms of what he can bring to the Bills, again, in that concept where everybody's kind of getting the ball and there's no alpha dog receiver. I think there's certainly room for growth for him there.
He really do. His presence, and if he builds on momentum through into training camp and the preseason, because, you know, I don't know that he would be an automatic to make the 53-man roster, but it certainly feels like the skill set, the career, yesterday, you know, being a very, very small piece of this too, that, I don't know, it feels pretty likely to me to perform well enough to make the team. So wide receiver, I don't know, like I don't know how much drama there really will be once we get to training camp about roster battles, unless, again, like something happens to Moore between now and then. I would be the 5th guy, and, you know, we could talk about if there'd be a 6th, but I feel like he could kind of take any drama out of the receiver position when we get to training camp.
Yeah, I would be stunned if Elijah Moore, given his pedigree, his skill set, and what we've already seen in one day of practice with Josh Allen, wasn't on this team when September kicks off and we get ready to roll through games. Obviously, there's a lot of time left. There's training camp. There could be a whole host of things that happen throughout that process. But Elijah Moore is somebody I would pencil in to be in that top 5 rotation, no doubt about it, and somebody who gets utilized. Yeah, we'll have that argument about the 6th guy. Is that a Laviska Shenault or a Tyrell Shavers or somebody else who, you know, the rookie Caden Prather, who knows, right? But to me, that early, the top handful of guys are pretty well locked in, I would think. And yeah, you're right. Pretty much drama-free unless something happens in camp or a guy, you know, vastly underperforms what they expect out of him.
Really, the story at wide receiver up until all of this was Keon Coleman and the comments that Sean McDermott and Brandon Beane had postseason, Andy. And then yesterday, McDermott really talked up Keon Coleman and what he did this offseason. What did you think about McDermott's comments and then your observations of Keon once you saw him on the field?
Yeah, I think it's a really positive sign, Sal, that all the sort of outward criticism or constructive criticism that McDermott and Beane gave about Keon Coleman, which is more than they usually give during the offseason, you know, after the season ended and at the combine, at the owners' meetings, all those sorts of things. They were asked and talked about it many, many times that they needed to see more out of Coleman. They liked where he was heading towards in that Seattle game. Then he gets injured against Miami, and then things tailed off when he came back from that. And for McDermott to say, look, I'm proud of him. The way he came back, he looks like he got physically bigger and stronger. He's been putting in the work and needs to go out and do it on the field, but he's happy with the way that Keon has responded to that outward criticism or constructive criticism from the organization. I think that's a good sign. Look, Keon Coleman is always going to be kind of polarizing, just how his career started with the Bills and the whole deal with the Chiefs. And then, you know, is he a separator? Is he a guy who can ever be that kind of player? But if they can work to maximize his skill set, I think, you know, that's going to be a big thing. Is he ever going to be a number one, you know, top dog kind of player? I don't know, but he certainly has skills to be a good NFL wide receiver. And I don't think by any means he had a bad rookie year. I think, you know, he had a decent rookie year, and there's more to grow on given the injury and given that he's a young player. I think he only just turned 21, 22 years old. I mean, he's very young, and there's a lot more to grow there, but they do need more out of him because they're going to really rely on him at that X receiver position, because I think he's their best and perhaps their only real option at that position, which is a guy who can block, who can do some of the dirty work, and who can get open downfield as well.
Andy Young with us on the Western Hotline. All right, we buried the lead. Let's get to James Cook, who we've spent much of this morning talking about his worth and him not being there yesterday. Andy, a lot of it too, though, is like not that we wouldn't be talking about it today. It still would be the big takeaway. But I do think him being the only one almost kind of, you know, fuel to the fire a little bit. I would say that, it's not just that James Cook wasn't there. You were the only one that wasn't there. So I don't really feel like it's a huge deal because it's voluntary, but that definitely is a takeaway that it's easy to have is, he was the only one not there.
Yeah, and it's funny, too, we had talked with Josh Allen be there because of his reported nuptials impending and that whole deal, and Josh Allen was there. Everybody else was there. Joey Bosa obviously hurt, but James Cook, to be the only guy on that 90-man roster who's not in attendance, it wasn't all that surprising. I think a lot of us expected that. I mean, given that he's made his demands pretty public about wanting a big money contract extension. So this is the game, right? This is the way he can try to gain some leverage and prove his point, and doesn't want to get hurt while he's out there for voluntary activities. So while it's not surprising, it is super intriguing just because we don't know how this is all going to play out. We really haven't had a whole lot of contract issues with the Bills under Brandon Beane and Sean McDermott. And what is their radar in terms of valuing the running back position? The past would say that they like to kind of let guys walk after their rookie deals run out, but none of those guys has been impactful as James Cook has been. I mean, the guy is a really, really good running back. It's just whether they value him in the top, 5-3 echelon of paying a guy $15+ million a season. To me, I'm not going there that high, but I do think there is room to pay him in some regard. But at the same time, I could totally see the Bills saying, look, you know what, you're a really good player, but we think we could find another player like this somewhere along the line and pay him $1 or $2 million a year on a rookie deal as opposed to $9 to $12 or $14 million, whatever that would take to get him back in the building.
So, you and I both cover the team. We're beat reporters there. I'm also a radio talk show host. You work for a news organization, and you cover it from a bit of a different angle. For you, when does the James Cook story become a real story? You know what I mean, Andy? Like when does it become, okay, like this is getting serious now. It's voluntary now. Yes, we're talking about it. Of course, it's something that we're talking about. In 2 weeks, it's mandatory minicamp. Is it then, or is it training camp? Like, how do you approach it?
Look, I mean, it was the lead part of my piece on OTAs yesterday for our newscast that, hey, James Cook not there, Joey Bosa hurt. Those were the two top key stories to me. I mean, it's not surprising. I wasn't trying to make a huge deal about it, but it's notable. I think fans want to know what's going on with this situation. So, hey, he's not there. If he's not there at minicamp, then it ratchets up a notch a little bit because that is mandatory. He's taking the fines. But, again, I would not be all that surprised given his public stance on what he wants to do and sort of the Bills' public stance at points on where they stand with the situation, that maybe he's not there at minicamp. But if we get to training camp and he's not there, or he's doing a hold-in situation where he's there and maybe he does stretching and warm-ups and stands on the sidelines the rest of the time, then that's a real situation to monitor. And is he going to sit out during the season? I mean, is he going to pull a Le'Veon Bell type of thing? I doubt it. I don't see that happening for James Cook, but I mean, that becomes more and more of the situation. Every step we go further down this line towards the season and he's not there or not participating, then it becomes much more of a story.
I don't think it'll get to this point, but if he were to miss games, how do you feel like the Bills are at that position without him?
Look, I mean, I like Ray Davis. I like Ty Johnson. I think those two guys are definitely good players. They're not nearly as explosive as James Cook is, but I think the cupboard's not bare if James Cook were to miss time for whatever reason. I mean, if he's injured or whatever that happens to be, I think fans would be like, all right, we got Ray Davis, we got Ty Johnson, we'll be okay for the long term. But I certainly do like this Bills offense a whole lot more with James Cook a part of it than not, right? Like he showed last year. Look at all the explosive plays that he had last season. Besides Josh Allen, he was easily their best player offensively last year. And, that probably could continue this season conceivably. So, yeah, I mean, I don't feel horrible if something happens, but you got Ray and Ty, but I'd much rather see the Bills with James Cook in this Super Bowl run at full strength.
Andy Young with us from Spectrum One TV. And the other big story from yesterday is we find out about an injury to Joey Bosa. So, I mean, not a great sign, right, Andy? Like that he already would be dealing with something with the durability questions that he comes in with. And the way McDermott talked about it, like Sal said this earlier, don't you kind of think he's leaving it open as he normally does for whatever that timeline might be? I'm thinking that's still a question when we arrive at St. John Fisher of how healthy he is when training camp begins.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to be a question all season long because of his history, right? Even when he's had good seasons, he's dealt with injuries during those seasons. I remember him talking at his introductory press conference when he signed with the Bills that he thought he was having a good season last year, and then things kind of fell apart because of injuries. And at his age, with his injury history, the Bills had to know that and had to have sort of a complacent plan in place, right, to deal with that potential possibility. Now, he gets a little pulled calf or whatever. I mean, the smart thing for them is to shut him down, right? Like, you need that guy to close out games in the playoffs, to try to sack Patrick Mahomes in January in an AFC championship game with the game on the line. So while it's not ideal, I think, they knew that this could be a possibility, and if they didn't, that's foolhardy on their part. So, I mean, not all that surprising, but yeah, not a great start for him, and to have that happen so early just kind of fits into the, I don't know if you call it a stereotype or whatever that is, the narrative about Joey Bosa and where he is. And here we are, right? And, you're going to have to rely on other guys probably going into camp, and lessening his load, I think, throughout training camp in the season is probably going to be a big possibility too.
Andy, any observations from Tre'Davious White yesterday coming back? My big thing was how much he was on the field and playing, and really he was kind of involved in everything and really just hitting the ground running, I guess. At 30 years old, they're not holding back. He's out there and he's rocking and rolling.
Yeah, I think that's going to be an important battle throughout this preseason and training camp process, is how that all plays out with Trey White and with Dane Jackson and with the rookie Max Hairston. I think we've all seen they like to bring rookies along slow. I think they can rely on Trey White. If he's healthy, yeah, he probably isn't the player he was 5 years ago, right, when he was an all-pro type of player. I mean, you're pushing, 6, 7, 8 years ago now. But for him at 30 years old, I think there's still something left in the tank for him to prove there. And he looked good out there. He was moving around. He's a big part of it all. And, that's going to be part of this whole process is Trey White a viable option there to start if Hairston's not ready or they want to bring him along slowly. I do think it's interesting with the Max Hairston. I asked Sean McDermott directly, hey, Sean, what have you noticed about Max Hairston in your month with him since you drafted him? And basically Sean didn't answer anything about Max Hairston. To me, he talked about the team and all the rookies and what it takes to get ready. And that tells me that the Bills don't want to put any sort of pressure on Max Hairston, at least publicly, to say, all right, this guy needs to be a starter right away. So, I mean, that certainly opens the door for Trey White and Dane, too, to get some reps there.
Andy Young with us on the Wester Hotline. Other thing that happened yesterday, was it weird or was it distracting to just have Vince Carter's presence in the
sitting
air?
there amongst all of us?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was really cool. Like, I think some people saw him walking in, and I kind of saw Derek Boyko, the Bills head of PR, walking with some big tall dude, and I'm like, who the heck is that? We were discussing, is it a player? Who is that walking in? And then he sits down in the media room as Sean McDermott's doing his news conference, and then we're like, oh, that's Vince Carter, the Bills' limited minority owner, right? And one of them was, other guys, Josie Altidore and Tracy McGrady. And to see Vince Carter just taking in a news conference and then watching practice and talking with media members, talking with members of the Bills organization, dapping it up with players, that was really cool. And it's like, oh my God, this guy is one of the best basketball players I've ever seen and one of the most athletic freaks I've ever seen. I just was thinking about, I was talking with Josh Reed from Channel 4 and Kevin Kearns from the Bills about, do you guys just think about the dunk contest and then dunking over the guy in the Olympics? And that guy's just standing on the sidelines, and he's a part owner of the Bills. It's really cool.
Yeah, I was wondering if there was a picture of Allen and Vince Carter dapping it up on the sidelines, and I'm just wondering, like, that discussion's got to be about, like when you talk about golf with somebody, like, oh, I do this, or I do this, and those guys are just talking about jumping over people.
Well, wait, right? But Vince Carter will talk about golf. He has, I believe, a 2 or 3 handicap.
Does he really?
Yeah.
And how tall? Some lessons, man.
What is he?
Holy crap!
What is he? 6'7"?
I mean, think
6'8"?
about that, right? There's this dude. He's one of the greatest basketball players ever.
Yeah.
He's out there. He's right. As tall as he is, and he's single digit, close to scratch.
You're that tall. You should be able to drive the ball 320 yards. I think.
And by the way, McGrady was there yesterday, I was told, but he wasn't. We didn't see him, Andy, but I was told he was at the facility yesterday morning.
Oh, okay. I didn't hear that. Okay.
Yeah, so that's cool, that they were both there and taking it in, no doubt about it. I mean, 10 minutes, I I was in the scrum. I don't know if you were there, but for 10 minutes with Vince Carter. He was great. And I tweeted out yesterday, if anybody gets a chance, you got to listen just to get a perspective of a guy who's done it at the highest of levels like he has to come into another sport and watch it the way and give that perspective. I just thought he was refreshing to talk to. He just is really, really insightful, I thought, Andy.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And I think McDermott even mentioned that when asked about what can a guy like Vince Carter bring to the organization in a limited role. And he said, you know what, just understanding what it takes to be great, what it takes to get that mental edge, the physical edges, all those things to rise to the level of elite players. I mean, this guy's a basketball Hall of Famer, right? Like he's not just a guy, he played in the NBA. You know, this guy was one of the best to do it and was scoring 30 points a game at one point in his career in the NBA and was just all over everything. He was a face of the NBA for a few years there with the Allen Iverson types and that sort of thing. So just to be able to pick his brain about, hey, what can I say? What can I do to help this organization further itself along? And he sounds like he wants to be a part of that. And that's cool just to have other voices from other avenues of greatness in any walk of life be part of your team.
Can we do a little quick instant trivia between Andy and Joe? Name the 8 teams that Vince Carter played for in his NBA career. Can you guys do that?
Ooh,
Here we go,
yeah,
Andy. All right, I'll let you start, Andy. I'll give you the first correct. Josh, can we play instant trivia music here? All right, Andy, you start. We're going to do the 8 teams Vince Carter played for in his NBA career from 1998 through 2020.
Well, we're going to start with the Raptors, obviously.
Yep, that's one. Go ahead.
All right, you want to go back and forth here?
Sure.
All right, the Nets.
That's right. Unless you don't have anything, you got to rely on each other. You got one, Andy?
The Mavericks.
The Dallas Mavericks. That's correct. 2011 through 2014.
Skipping over a couple, but I believe this is where he ended his career in Atlanta.
He did, in COVID. And apparently, I was told yesterday he might have been offered another contract, but it was a COVID year and everything, and he didn't play it past 43.
I remember it was the night the season got canceled. Remember, Rudy Gobert test positive for COVID. So that night, the season gets canceled, but there are games going on. So the NBA said, finish the games. We're done after tonight, though. And I guess Carter had said he thought that would be his last year. So news comes in, this is the last night. So in the fourth quarter, they put Carter back in. This is how I remember it. Because, hey, dude, they just canceled the season.
Yes.
This is your last game. Like, without knowing when the game began, this is your last game in the NBA.
I did not know that.
So that's with the Hawks.
So you got 4 of the 8. You got the Raptors, the Nets, the Hawks, and the Mavs.
Am I up?
Yep.
All right. Orlando Magic, I remember.
Yes, 2009, 2010.
Yeah.
Orlando Magic.
He was on Memphis.
He was from 2014 through 17, the Grizzlies.
Wow, 4 years there. I think Iverson was on the Grizzlies, too.
That's right. You guys have 6. You have 2 left. You got one for me?
He had a year or 2 with the Suns, right?
Yes, he had one. He had 2 years, maybe 1 year, 2010-11 with the Suns.
Okay.
You got one more to go, Joseph. Who else? 2017-18.
2017-18.
I'll give you one hint.
Unless Andy knows it.
Andy, know it?
I don't off the top of my head.
Me neither.
Our friend Marcel Louis-Jacques is a fan of this team.
Okay. Sacramento.
Yes, the Sacramento Kings. Marcel's a fan of the Sac.
I do not remember him with the Kings or the Hawks.
I'll add in my own instant trivia on our Bills limited minority owners here. Can you tell me the team that Tracy McGrady played for in the NBA Finals?
In the finals?
He played 2 games in the finals.
He did?
Yeah. What was the team? Who did he play for?
We played for the Magic.
Nope.
Did they get to the final?
Nope. Well, he played for the Magic,
Yeah.
but they didn't make the finals.
McGrady. What years did he play specifically?
I have no clue.
All right, I'm going to guess. Just have a wild guess here.
Go ahead.
Indiana Pacers.
Nope.
Okay.
Your hint is it was in his final season in 2013.
2013, was that Kawhi and the Spurs?
Yes.
Wow.
He played in the
on that
finals
team.
for San Antonio. Yeah.
Wow.
I'm assuming that was garbage time because I was dialed into those runs with the Heat and the Spurs. I do not remember him at all, but he played for the Spurs in the finals. So there's that. All right,
Wow.
some good trivia at the end here.
Hey, real quick, I interviewed Josh Palmer and Elijah Moore, and I said to Josh afterwards, "Hey, are you a Raptors fan, right?" He grew up in the Toronto area, and he goes, "Yeah." I go, "Did you see Vince Carter out there?" And they go, "Oh, that was Vince Carter." They didn't realize it either. So that was
wow.
Cool.
Well,
yeah.
I wonder, Josh Palmer is 25, 26 years old?
Yeah, so he was not even...
Wait,
he might not remember Carter on the Raptors, really.
Right.
Here's one for you.
You should. It's like their all-time player, though. You should know.
I'm sorry. I know, Andy, we kept you long, and you probably have to take the kids to school or something. I'm sorry, buddy. Listen, real quick.
Listen, I got them on the bus without any of it. So I got them ready before I got on this call because the bus comes at like 8:20.
Okay.
And they were totally ready to roll and went out and got on the bus without me.
Oh, I love it. I got something for you real quick. So we were sitting there talking with Vince Carter. Did you notice who came up to Vince Carter and they were like, "Oh my, having a great time dapping each other up"? And I'm like, wait a minute, that dawned on me. Ronald Curry, North Carolina basketball.
Oh, yeah.
And I said, "Did you cross over with him?" He said, "Actually, no." He said, "I was just a bit before Curry." He said, "But Curry came on his visit."
Okay.
And it was the other way around. I think that's how it went, right? I have to make sure I look at the timelines.
Curry played before Carter?
Yeah, I think.
No, Curry was right after.
Right after, yeah. He said Curry came on his visit while Vince was there at Carolina. That's crazy. And they were like, because the question is, when you get to training camp, who's the best basketball player? It's probably Ronald Curry when you count coaches.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sal, how do you feel about North Carolina Tar Heels taking over the Bills?
No,
there you go.
Sorry.
All right, now we'll let you go. Thanks, Andy, for staying long.
Yeah, hey, thanks, guys.
You got it.
Andy Young, Spectrum One News. Check it out. Yeah, interviewed Jordan Palmer and Elijah Moore. Sal's got a one-on-one coming up with Elijah Moore later in the week. So we could talk a little bit more about him. I'm very curious about him, and definitely liked seeing some tweets that he was on the same page with Josh Allen in one practice at the beginning of OTAs. So it's at least at the start. 803-0550 is the phone number. Some cool NBA rule change ideas that I want to get to, and more on James Cook if you've got thoughts. We had some calls last hour. If you want to get your thoughts in on what you think he's worth. He wants 15. The Bills are lower than that. Let us know what you think here on Jeremy and Joe. Jeremy off this week. This is WGR. One thing that we'll obviously spend most of today on is that James Cook is the only absentee, the only player not there. It is voluntary. And then we've got to get to Joey Bosa as well, because him already being injured is a story as well. Let's start here, though, Sal. Cook not being there, I don't know, how did you feel like McDermott sounded about it? Are you surprised even that, because even didn't you say that they don't usually give attendance at these things? So is it weird maybe or not weird that he kind of, like right out there for everybody, like the only guy not here is James?
Yeah, for the last couple of years, I think Sean's kind of said if a guy's been there or not that's notable, and I'd give you a reason just so you know. But it's not like they go through a list like they do during regular season. This guy's limited, this guy's not here. But for the last couple of years, if I remember right, Sean has given a couple names. Hey, he's dealing with something. He's out personal. You won't see him out there. Just to kind of head it off at the pass so we don't go out there in the media like, where's this guy? I think James, everybody understands. Like, that's the, for Sean McDermott's role, I think as head coach, he understands we're all going to be looking for that. And we're going to be asking him about it. So he's just going to come out and tell us right now, hey, he's not going to be out there today. But he also made sure to say, we're staying in contact. James will be here when he's ready to be here. I didn't think it sounded any different, Joe, than it has for the last month and a half, 2 months. You go back to the owners' meetings, combine, whatever, when you're talking about contract extension questions we've given Sean McDermott and Brandon Beane, attendance questions, whatever it is, I don't think anything sounded different yesterday from Sean McDermott than what we've heard from McDermott and Bean for the last 2 months, which is, yep, he's under contract. He'll be here when he needs to be here. And right now he's not. So, hey, he's a grown man. He can make his own decisions. I'm paraphrasing. He didn't say this yesterday specifically.
Sure.
But this is kind of how it sounded to me. And, okay, we're going to go out there. I think the other reason why I think Sean gave attendance yesterday, because I think he's really proud that everybody else is there.
Yeah.
Like, hey, everybody's here, including, by the way, Josh Allen. I didn't think Josh would be there yesterday. The story at wide receiver up until all of this was Keon Coleman and the comments that Sean McDermott and Brandon Bean had postseason, Andy. And then yesterday, McDermott really talked up Keon Coleman and what he did this offseason. What did you think about McDermott's comments and then your observations of Keon once you saw him on the field?
Yeah, I think it's a really positive sign, Sal, that all the sort of outward criticism or constructive criticism that McDermott and Bean gave about Keon Coleman, which is more than they usually give during the offseason, after the season ended and at the combine, at the owners' meetings, all those sorts of things. They were asked and talked about it many, many times that they needed to see more out of Coleman. They liked where he was heading towards in that Seattle game. Then he gets injured against Miami, and then things tailed off when he came back from that. And for McDermott to say, look, I'm proud of him. The way he came back, he looks like he got physically bigger and stronger. He's been putting in the work and needs to go out and do it on the field, but he's happy with the way that Keon has responded to that outward criticism or constructive criticism from the organization. I think that's a good sign. Look, Keon Coleman is always going to be kind of polarizing, just how his career started with the Bills and the whole deal with the Chiefs. And then, is he a separator? Is he a guy who can ever be that kind of player? But if they can work to maximize his skill set, I think, that's going to be a big thing. Is he ever going to be a number one, top dog kind of player? I don't know, but he certainly has skills to be a good NFL wide receiver. And I don't think by any means he had a bad rookie year. I think, he had a decent rookie year, and there's more to grow on given the injury and given that he's a young player. I think he only just turned 21, 22 years old. I mean, he's very young, and there's a lot more to grow there. But they do need more out of him because they're going to really rely on him at that X receiver position, because I think he's their best and perhaps their only real option at that position, which is a guy who can block, who can do some of the dirty work, and who can get open downfield as well.
OTA is underway for the Buffalo Bills. Bills head coach Sean McDermott met with the media yesterday prior to practice, reporting that all players are present and accounted for except for running back James Cook. McDermott also reported that edge rusher Joey Bosa likely to miss most of OTAs due to a calf injury, but he expects that he'll be ready for training camp. If you want to hear all of what McDermott had to say, you can find that on demand on our website, WGR550.com. In the NHL playoffs last night, the Oilers beat the Stars 4-1, taking a 3-1 series lead. Game 5 shifts back to Dallas tomorrow. Tonight in the NHL, the Hurricanes look to stave off elimination against the Panthers in Game 5 in Carolina. Puck drop for that game tonight is at 8 o'clock. In the NBA last night, Tyrese Halliburton and the Indiana Pacers take out the New York Knicks 130-121 in Game 4. The Pacers now have a 3-1 lead over the Knicks. Game 5 is in New York tomorrow. And the Thunder can close out the Minnesota Timberwolves tonight in Game 5 of the Western Conference Finals. Thunder lead that series 3-1. Tip-off is in OKC at 8:30. Those are Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Time now for Worst Call Wednesday. Brought to you by Roswell Park Comprehensive Cancer Center.
The Bills, I don't with the Bills. Bro, when I used to play in Kansas City, bro, it was always the Bills every time we played against them. And we them up every time. Damn. But in Miami, it's the same thing too, though, but like 10 times harder. It's the Bills all day. All they want to do is jump through tables because they got CTE.
All right, we're going to make that Worst Call Wednesday, brought to you by Roswell Park Comprehensive Cancer Center. It's the worst call that I've heard of the week. The worst call you can make is to skip your recommended cancer screenings. Learn more about potentially life-saving screening recommendations and guidelines. Visit roswellpark.org/screening. That is Tyreek Hill. Mm-hmm. Basically saying bleep Bills Mafia.
Mm-hmm.
Jumping through tables. He has said things about the Bills and their fans in the past. Should he not be seen as like... Well, I don't know. Where does he rank on the villain scale for Buffalo sports? Tyreek Hill. He's been on the Chiefs. He has a huge play against the Bills in the playoffs. Then he was on the Dolphins. So, like, the teams he's been on work for this. If I called him a questionable human being, I feel like I am being as kind as humanly possible for the incidents that he has been involved in, which stem back to before he was even in the NFL, where he pleaded guilty to choking his pregnant girlfriend. This is the type of human that we're talking about in the second place, not on the field. So, where does he rank on the villain scale? Shouldn't he be like a top-level villain?
Oh, I think he should be now, for sure. If he already wasn't, I think in a lot of ways because... Yes, in Kansas City, he had big wins over the Bills. Over the last several years, the Bills have beaten them pretty well, the Dolphins, and he has not done much.
That's the thing. He just says, like, oh, it's been the same thing in Miami. It has not been the same thing in Miami. And not only have they not beat the Bills, but we've pointed out that his stats against the Bills stink.
Because when I hear
since he was in Kansas City.
When I think about villains of sports teams, I think about yes, people you weren't able to necessarily beat, but also there's got to be a component of hatred that goes along with it. I never got that sense really from Tyreek up until maybe now. I mean, yes, there's been a little bit of that over the years, but this was not Brian Cox level until probably today and hearing this.
No. He should be booed relentlessly at every single Bills game.
Let's not forget, he doesn't necessarily want to be in Miami either. On one of those streaming things as well, he was seen when the report came down that he was getting traded from the Dolphins, and it was like a fake report. He was excited. Like, the guy was like, hey, man, I just saw you're getting traded. And he was like, oh, let's go.
Was he? Did he really?
Yeah. While I was looking for that
stream?
clip, I found that clip on a different stream with someone else.
Yeah, let's see if we can find that clip.
I don't know what...
That's almost more interesting to me than even this nonsense that he's talking about the Bills and their fans. If we've got him on record being told he's being traded out of Miami and being pumped up about it, that wouldn't be that surprising, though. He sounded after Week 18 like he was done with the Dolphins. And then they kind of went back on
this guy named... Aiden Ross is apparently where the streamer came from. I want to give this credit for where we got this from, okay? Apparently he's a pretty well-known streamer in some capacity. I apologize not knowing exactly where his platforms are. But that said, he also, I'm looking at a couple of his tweets here, okay? Here's one. Tyreek Hill just called Travis Hunter trash, saying he won't do good in the NFL. That's what it says here on this tweet and a stream clip.
All right, so he's just taking out everybody?
He's doing the Jalen Ramsey thing. Remember Jalen Ramsey just went through like all these people and called Josh Allen trash and, remember that years ago?
Yes. But do you remember about that? We all remember he called Josh Allen trash. Do you remember that Jalen Ramsey said something about like all 30 quarterbacks?
Yeah.
That was one of... He took out like everybody but 3 quarterbacks in one go of it. We got more Hill sound in a second here. Hill, though, looking back, so he's lost to the Bills 5 times in a row here. He wants to take shots. Let's take shots back. He lost 5 in a row, and he has never had, in 9 games against the Bills in the regular season, he has never had 100 receiving yards. 80 yards last year, 24, 82, 58, 69, 33, 63, 20. He's got one massive playoff game, which is, of course, the giant play in the 13-second game, which is not to be forgotten. Got shut down in the Miami playoff game with Skylar Thompson. So, like, he's not really almost ever crushed the Bills. except that one time that we remember. Okay, what else? What else did he have to say? So this is him.
Here's another one.
This is him getting.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Thinking he's getting traded. Okay, go ahead.
They're saying you got traded.
For cursing? I want eye contact.
Let's go. You're lying. What the hell? Dude.
So let's go is Tyreek Hill.
Okay. All right. On video, you can see him like pick up his phone and go, "Let's go," and he starts looking at his phone like he's about to like text people.
All right.
Apparently, he also said, and some people may actually agree a little bit more with this, Tyreek Hill just dissed all NFL kickers, saying they don't do anything. After Aiden Ross asked him why they sell his parlays. So I don't know what that part means, but yeah.
So he took out Bills fans.
Yep.
Travis Hunter.
Kickers.
All kickers.
Yes.
Is this just a way for him to stay relevant? Like,
I know that he was on this guy's show, and they did all this stuff, including, by the way, how about this? Says he... Oh, yeah, apparently Tyreek challenged these two guys to streak at an NFL game. I'm reading this guy's tweets. He has all these clips. And this one says, Aiden Ross just bet $40,000 on iShow Speed to beat Tyreek Hill in a race after pressing Tyreek for being scared to race speed. Oh, okay. I thought they were talking about speed race. Like, I thought they were talking in a car, but I think it means like running. I don't even know. This is wild. I just seeing all this stuff now.
Yep. Tyreek Hill. He's probably nearing the end. He did not look the same last year. And if he moves on from Miami at some point in time, he is 31 years old. So we'll see how he ages, but not getting to 1,000 yards last year in 17 games.
He was on something recently where he said he's going to get 2,000 this year.
Sure, dude. I mean, he needs to more than double what he did last year. And listen,
who's going to throw him the ball?
You can say this makes him even more of a villain, and that's fine and good. You know that will happen. I'm sure. For me, I have never needed more for him to be a villain than. He has been investigated, sued, allegedly, smashed a cigar in his wife's face during an argument. You can find details on him doing something every single year that make him come off as a grotesque human being. So that's all I need for it.
The biggest thing here is how he started, in case you haven't seen it. So Tyreek Hill was on this streamer, his podcast, his streaming platform, Aiden Hill. Aiden Hill. Tyreek Hill was on Aiden Ross. And in case you haven't seen it, we just played the clip a little while ago. Tyreek Hill had a bunch of really not nice things to say about Bills fans and called them stupid, and they only jump through tables because they have CTE.
Yeah, that's what he said at the end of that clip?
Yep.
Yep.
That's what he said.
All right.
Go find it if you want.
803-0550 is the phone number. James Cook's on the table for you. When we come back, Nick Wright actually had a good take yesterday. He has some once in a while. If you listen to his podcast, I don't almost ever. I see clips of it, but his podcast that he does, you get a very different Nick Wright there than you get on the TV show. And yesterday on that podcast, he had 2 NBA rule changes that I need to happen immediately. That'll make the playoffs and all these games so much better. That when we come back here on WGR.
The story at wide receiver up until all of this was Keon Coleman and the comments that Sean McDermott and Brandon Beane had postseason, Andy. And then yesterday, McDermott really talked up Keon Coleman and what he did this offseason. What did you think about McDermott's comments and then your observations of Keon once you saw him on the field?
Yeah, I think it's a really positive sign, Sal, that all the sort of outward criticism or constructive criticism that McDermott and Beane gave about Keon Coleman, which is more than they usually give during the offseason, after the season ended and at the combine, at the owners' meetings, all those sorts of things. They were asked and talked about it many, many times that they needed to see more out of Coleman. They liked where he was heading towards in that Seattle game. Then he gets injured against Miami, and then things tailed off when he came back from that. And for McDermott to say, look, I'm proud of him. The way he came back, he looks like he got physically bigger and stronger. He's been putting in the work and needs to go out and do it on the field, but he's happy with the way that Keon has responded to that outward criticism or constructive criticism from the organization, I think that's a good sign. Look, Keon Coleman is always going to be kind of polarizing, just how his career started with the Bills and the whole deal with the Chiefs. And then, is he a separator? Is he a guy who can ever be that kind of player? But if they can work to maximize his skill set, I think, that's going to be a big thing. Is he ever going to be a number one, top dog kind of player? I don't know, but he certainly has skills to be a good NFL wide receiver. And I don't think by any means he had a bad rookie year. I think, he had a decent rookie year, and there's more to grow on given the injury and given that he's a young player. I think he only just turned 21, 22 years old. I mean, he's very young, and there's a lot more to grow there, but they do need more out of him because they're going to really rely on him at that X receiver position because I think he's their best and perhaps their only real option at that position, which is a guy who can block, who can do some of the dirty work, and who can get open downfield as well.
Joey Bosa. So McDermott updating everybody on Bosa there. A little bit of newsy update from McDermott that Bosa injured his calf last week, and he's not there at OTAs, which, man, Salik, there already is a question and a concern about his availability problems that he had with the Chargers. I mean, it is the reason he only gets a 1-year contract in free agency. And they're not even on the field for things yet, and there's already something that's popped up. Yeah. Now, McDermott said, how did he phrase it? It was for the foreseeable spring that he'll be out?
So basically, yeah, however he phrased it, what he said was the rest of this offseason program. Foreseeable spring, offseason program. So, and part of the reason is because he did say it happened recently, so they are still in an exploratory mode, which gets you a little bit more, oh my gosh, like what else could it be? But, Joe, you know Sean McDermott well enough by now.
Mm-hmm.
He wouldn't kind of put a bit of a definitive timeline on it,
right?
Unless he's really confident about that.
But he
doesn't do that.
He also did give a little bit of a sign, I guess, by the exploratory part of it, and he mentions training camp that there's at least a chance, isn't there, that he's out until what? The start of training camp?
And I think that's what
it's not a short-term
You mean
thing.
Into training camp. Into training camp. Because
training camp it being even a question. Maybe I wonder if he's on the field and it's something that they're managing already.
Oh, 100%. I think that's open for sure. The way he made it sound yesterday, what I took of it was he's not there this week. He's not on the field this week, next week, or mandatory minicamp. Once we hit training camp, he should be on the field. But I agree with you that doesn't have to be true. Like, you could get to training camp and they say, hey, we're holding back on him as he gets treatment or something.
Or he's on the field one day and he's not on the field the next day because they're already they gotta be careful with the guy. Hey, we are exactly 1 month away from the Ride for Roswell. You still can join our Team WGR, led by Bulldog, June 28th. Once you join the team, you'll get an email where you can pick up your team t-shirt and water bottle, which will be at Tom's Pro Bikes on Walden Avenue in Lancaster. If you are not a rider, you can still support the cause by donating to our team and helping us reach our goal of $10,000 before the ride. Visit WGR550.com for details. Tonight, you have Thunder and Timberwolves in the Western Conference Finals of the NBA. Last night, the Knicks fall to the Pacers. They are down 3-1 in the series. And been watching a lot of these NBA playoffs. The Thunder the other night, so they're up 3 with 20 seconds left. And twice, when Minnesota gets the ball down 3, what do the Thunder do? They foul them. They don't allow them to take a shot. They foul them immediately so that they only get the 2 free throws, and the Timberwolves really never get a chance to hit a game-tying shot. So, naturally, if you're an NBA fan, you think that's pretty lame. You don't even get to see the other team get a chance to hit a game-tying 3. So Nick Wright yesterday had 3 NBA rule ideas that I want to throw by you. And I know you like one of them, Sal, which is, because you see this a lot, you have these replay reviews now in the NBA, and every time there's a close call, some player does the thing with his finger where he, moves it in a circle to signal, hey, review. But only the coach can signal for a review. So Nick says if a player does that, it's the same as like when you call timeout. If you give that sign, anybody on your team, it's getting reviewed now. So you can't just go, hey, review it. Like, if you do that, it's getting reviewed. And if that's your one review.
Now, you say you think I like that one. I brought it up, so I heard it. I don't hate it. I don't know if that's a great thing to do, though.
Uh-huh. Coaches would get on their players very quickly.
They would. And I think when you're in that moment, in that heat, sometimes a player does think, oh, my God, I didn't touch him, or whatever. Uh-huh. Review it, coach, review it. And you do have the benefit as a coach to kind of look a little bit and say, okay, or look at a screen or something, someone telling you in your ear. It's no different in football. Can you imagine if that rule was in football where guy makes a catch on the sideline, they say, no, he was out of bounds, and the receiver goes, coach, I think I was in, review it.
Yeah.
Immediately they're like, that costs you your challenge.
If you do the sign.
I don't know if I love that, but I do think it's getting a little out of hand that players think that you should review everything.
Every single call it's happening. The other one is, so you've seen this Hacka Robinson in the Knicks series and the last Knicks series too, where he can't really hit free throws. Basically a fix to Hack-a-Shack. In the NBA, make a rule where you can decline foul shots. They're fouling your guy on purpose because they just want to send him to the free throw line because he can't make free throws. Well, we can just decline the foul shots and take the ball out out of bounds. That's another idea. And then the third one, and this is my favorite. I think the NBA has to do this.
I like this for college too, because
which one?
The one you're going to talk about because the reason why I will say college started. A lot of college coaches are doing what you're about to say.
Yeah,
and I always think it's kind of like, oh man. It kind of reminds me of an onside kick, and I'll tell you why in a minute. Go ahead.
The rule idea Nick Wright has to kind of fix the fouling up 3, to not give them a shot at tying it. Any foul with the shot clock turned off, which would get you end of the half, end of the game. Any foul with the shot clock turned off outside the 3-point line is 3 shots. So basically, if you foul them in 3-point land, anywhere in 3-point land, with the shot clock turned off, that person is going to the foul line and they are getting 3 of them. And that will eliminate any foul up 3.
Okay, so here's why I would push against it. Now, I like the idea and the concept because I think you got to give a chance. Like college, this happens all the time. You're up by 3, so you foul because
yes. Yeah, because then they only get 2 free throws.
But what about towards the end of a game when it is strategy to extend a game.
Mm-hmm.
It is strategy to extend it. There's 19 seconds left. You're up 4. You might have to foul them because you do have a chance here if they miss.
I see what you mean. The team down would then be fouling, and that team gets 3 free throws.
Correct.
You're right. So I see what you mean. So the comeback.
That's right. The other way around. Sorry. It's not just the team up. Maybe that's how the rule has to be changed.
Right.
But because if you're down and you foul, then you're kind of just letting the game go
You're
away.
making it so much harder for the team that's down
for your own self to come back.
To have a chance to come back.
Correct.
That's a good point. I had not thought of that. Because I love.
I think maybe it's you're up. If you're up, that would have to be the rule.
I love what it does to solve the fouling up 3 problem. But you're right. That would create an issue that you'd have to figure out. NBA playoffs. We got to take a break. Are you rooting for the Knicks?
No.
At all? You hate the Knicks? I'm finding myself falling for them.
I mean, hate's a strong word. I don't hate them as much as I kind of used to.
Okay.
But I like the vibe. And it's also because I kind of like Indiana and what they bring.
Yeah, me too. The Pacers have been good for 35 years and they've never won it.
Right.
So it would be cool if they did. I've found myself falling for the Knicks, but it's
I rooted for the Knicks against the Celtics.
Yeah, me too.
Because it's the Celtics.
Yeah, it's probably over now anyway, because them coming back from 3-1 down seems pretty impossible. 803-0550 is the phone number. Open hour. When we come back, we'll get back into James Cook and what's going to happen there. Also, ESPN Football Power Index came out for the first time yesterday, and I'll let you know where the Bills are and some AFC East teams a little lower than you might have thought, too. That as well. Joe DiBiase, Sal Capaccio. Stay tuned here on WGR. Joey Bosa. So McDermott updating everybody on Bosa there. A little bit of newsy update from McDermott that Bosa injured his calf last week, and he's not there at OTAs, which, man, Salick, there already is a question and a concern about his availability problems that he had with the Chargers. I mean, it is the reason he only gets a 1-year contract in free agency. And they're not even on the field for things yet, and there's already something that's popped up. Yeah. Now, McDermott said, how did he phrase it? It was for the foreseeable spring that he'll be out?
So basically, yeah. However he phrased it, what he said was the rest of this offseason program. Foreseeable spring, offseason program. So, and part of the reason is because he did say it happened recently. So they are still in an exploratory mode, which gets you a little bit more, oh my gosh, like what else could it be? But, Joe, you know Sean McDermott well enough by now.
Mm-hmm.
He wouldn't kind of put a bit of a definitive timeline on it unless he's really confident about that.
But he
doesn't do that.
He also did give a little bit of a sign, I guess by the exploratory part of it, and he mentions training camp that there's at least a chance, isn't there, that he's out until, what, the start of training camp?
And I think that's what
it's not a short-term
You mean
thing.
into training camp. Into training camp. Because
training camp it being even a question. Maybe I wonder if he's on the field and it's something that they're managing already.
Oh, 100%. I think that's open for sure. The way he made it sound yesterday, what I took of it was he's not there this week. He's not on the field this week, next week, or mandatory minicamp. Once we hit training camp, he should be on the field. But I agree with you that doesn't have to be true. Like, you could get to training camp and they say, hey, we're holding back on him as he gets treatment or something.
Or he's on the field one day and he's not on the field the next day because they're already they gotta be careful with the guy. Last time we're going to talk about Rodgers for like a certain amount of time, months, or until he actually signs. Because I'm going to tell you right now what's happening with Aaron Rodgers. Okay, he's going to the Pittsburgh Steelers. He doesn't want to do any offseason work. So, without signing, it doesn't become a story that he's not there, and he also can't be fined by the team for not being somewhere. So like last year when he's skipping a week of, Jets mini camp, or it might have even been training camp, to go do drugs in Egypt, it doesn't become as big of a story. Because he's not actually signed on the team, he can do whatever he wants. And it's more about, will he sign? He's going to sign. He just doesn't want to do the offseason work. That's it. But he's going to be the Steelers quarterback. Lock it in. And they're going to win 7 games.
Good morning. OTA startup for the Bills yesterday down at One Bills Drive. Head coach Sean McDermott met with the media prior to practice and reported that all players were present and accounted for except for running back James Cook.
Yeah, we're staying in touch like you'd expect a player and a coach to do. So, James will be here when he's ready to be here, and, we move forward.
McDermott also reported that edge rusher Joey Bosa would likely miss all of OTAs due to a calf injury, but expects him to be ready for training camp. If you want to hear all of what McDermott had to say, you can find that on demand on our website, WGR550.com. In the NHL playoffs last night, the Oilers beat the Stars 4-1 to take a 3-1 series lead. Corey Perry and Leon Draisaitl score for the Oilers, along with Kasperi Kapanen and Adam Henrique adding empty net goals at the end of the game. Game 5 shifts back to Dallas tomorrow. Tonight, the Carolina Hurricanes look to stave off elimination once again as they take on the Florida Panthers in Game 5 in Carolina. Puck drop tonight is at 8 o'clock. Over in the NBA last night, Tyrese Halliburton and the Indiana Pacers stunned the New York Knicks, winning Game 4 130-121. Halliburton put up a triple-double with 32 points, 12 rebounds, and 15 assists. The Pacers now have a 3-1 lead over the Knicks. Game 5 is tomorrow in New York. And the Thunder can close out Minnesota tonight in Game 5 of the Western Conference Final. The Thunder lead that series 3-1. Tip-off is in OKC tonight at 8:30. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. I'm Josh Schmidt for WGR Sports Radio 550.
I just know what I can do. At the end of the day, you got to believe in yourself. The world already is moving at a way to where people are scared to take risks. But it's not a risk. I know what I believe in. I lean on my faith. I lean on God. God is real to me. So I know what I can do. I work my ass off every single offseason. I work my ass off every single season. And I just know I'm the type of player that's going to show it. I just got to get in the right system. And I kind of slept on it, kind of going in, thinking that kind of didn't abide. Maybe that you got players in sometimes not the best systems who can turn it around. But it does take all 11. It definitely takes all 11.
That is Elijah Moore, Bills wide receiver, wearing number 18 yesterday at OTAs. I like 18 as a receiver number.
Thought he looked good yesterday. I have some video of him, Keon Coleman, other receivers. If you want to check that out at Sales Sports, of course, WGR550.com. That interview you heard right there, that was him and I caught up after practice. He was walking with Josh Palmer and kind of walked over to him, introduced myself, said, hey, you got a few minutes. We started chatting a little bit. So it was very unscripted, unplanned. And he was gracious enough to spend some time. One of the things that stood out was, him kind of being aware of talking about situation being mattering. And, being here in Buffalo. And I said to him, in Buffalo, a lot of people wanted you drafted 4 years ago.
Yeah.
He said, well, I couldn't choose where I went, obviously, right? And obviously, things played out. He's glad to be in Buffalo. But there was a part, and I asked him, and I want to read this to you because I have the transcript here I was going through. So I basically asked him, what is the difference? I said, hey, you have been at places that have not had team success. What have you seen here that might have been different? Not to trash your old teams. What have you seen here? And he said, actually, it's kind of funny. He said, I was talking about this with my wife last night, actually, how... He said, first of all, they're really tight. The guys are. He said, but, you go into a team meeting, he goes, guys are all dialed in. They got their notepads out. They're taking notes. They're listening. They're attentive to the coaches. And he said, it just kind of, and I'm not telling you, he didn't say anything about they didn't do that in Cleveland. He didn't say they didn't do that in New York. But he said, they're paying attention to what the coach is saying. Have the respect for the coaches and everyone else around you and everyone else around them. Someone listens, and it's stuff like that you see that he said it's never the big things, it's the little things like that he's noticed.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, very cool, very interesting. He'll be wide receiver what this year? When it's all said and done. Do you think it'll be above number 5 by the end of the season?
It could be 4. It's really him and Samuel, I think, 4 and 5. That's what it comes down to.
It would stun
I don't think there's
you
any difference. I don't think there's any doubt. It's Shakir, Coleman, and Palmer as your top 3.
Yep.
And if Coleman vaults to number 1, that's fine. I'll put him first. But either way, that's your top 3.
Yeah.
To me.
Would it stun you if Moore outplayed any of those 3? Once the season gets going. Once the season gets going and it becomes a little evident that all right, they've got something here, and he looks like a more dangerous option than it could be any of the top three.
Aren't we all thinking that could happen with Josh Palmer? Aren't they kind of the same type of player in a way? He has better speed, but it's a separator.
Sure.
They're not the biggest guy.
Similar skill sets,
right?
for sure.
Isn't that the guy he could replace in your scenario? And then you look at it and go, wait a minute, they just signed one guy for $9 million.
Yeah,
and they got the other guy that no one kind of wanted, and they just threw him this offer when he was they got that weird RFA or UFA thing put on him. But either way, they get him for $3.5 million.
Yeah, isn't it interesting that the Bills very much showed you who they value more. One player, no pun intended, one player got a sizable contract, multi-year contract, double-digit $1 million per year in Josh Palmer. Versus Elijah Moore, who is late free agent ad, 1-year deal. Like, the league told you, not just the Bills, the league told you what they think of these two players. Mm-hmm. The Bills didn't give Josh Palmer, what is the number? Is it $11 million for Josh Palmer, $12 million
for Josh Palmer? Yeah, maybe I said
Palmer?
9. I'm sorry. I think maybe was that Curtis Samuel?
Samuel, I think, was 8 or 9.
So Palmer is 11 maybe. Yeah.
They didn't give Palmer that money in a vacuum, right? They were bidding against other teams. And there would have been some semblance of what the market was for him. So the league said, Palmer's an asset. And the league also said, Elijah Moore, 1-year deal. Prove it deal. Not to say nobody could have offered him a 2-year deal. He talked with you about, how much his landing spot mattered and a competitive team mattered. Isn't it interesting, though, that the league valued one so much more than the other when in 4 years, they both played exactly 4 years. Their numbers are almost identical. Like, they're pretty close. In 4 seasons, Moore's played 61 games. Palmer's played 58 games. And receptions, 182 versus 200. Advantage Moore. 2287 yardage versus 2162. Advantage Palmer. But it's like 100 yards different. 10 touchdowns for Palmer, 9 touchdowns for Moore. Those are just the counting stats. But I wonder, is there a good answer why the league kind of valued Palmer so much higher than Moore at this point in time? Is it there's more to just the yardage, right? Who's a better and more physical blocker? I think answer would probably be Palmer on that front. So there might be other, facets of the position that Palmer's more trustworthy in. But I noticed that it's a little strange that they got very different contracts and all their production looks almost the same.
So I think this is when you dig into the details of, are they able to play multiple positions, inside, outside, right? Route trees, things like that. And then maybe there's things behind the scenes we don't know about. And I have no idea what kind of teammate Elijah Moore is or has been or wasn't or anything like that. Were there some rumblings with the Jets that things weren't going well in New York, in the locker room maybe, or with the front office or whatever?
I believe he has been suspended by his own team on both teams.
Okay.
That happened last year in Cleveland. We never got any details about why that happened. He went right back in, and there really was that was a weird one in Cleveland. I think he got suspended for a game for something detrimental to the team, but we never found out what it was, and you never had anything else. The Jets, there was, though. The Jets, but it was more about playing time, I think. Like, he didn't feel he was getting the ball enough in New York, which back then that might have been, it was Zach Wilson throwing the ball, so it might have gone over his head anyway. But, yeah, that could be right. That could be right. That there might feel like more of a risk with Moore off the field than there would feel with Palmer. That would be a good answer as to why that's the case. So, back to the original question, though, I like Palmer. I think Palmer's a nice player. I think Moore being significantly better than Palmer would surprise me. I could see them being similar. The numbers say they're similar players. And which of the other two? It's not going to be Khalil Shakir. I guess, what really would have to happen, it would be Coleman not taking a step forward. But even Coleman, if Coleman doesn't give you a giant leap, Coleman does because of his body type. I think a lot of things for this offense that you're just never even going to ask of Elijah Moore, right? When last year Matt Collins is playing all those snaps, it's not just because he's getting the ball all the time. He had the same amount of receptions as Curtis Samuel did last year. But he was on the field all the time. Why? Because he's big and he's physical, and the Bills wanted to run the ball a lot last year, and they're going to need some of their receivers to be big and physical. And that's going to be Coleman. I think maybe even if he doesn't take a big step forward, Moore is not going in on those plays. So I think he'll have a tough time cracking the top 3. Even if he might be, I think pretty talented. And on other teams, like he just wasn't Cleveland, capable of being even a number 2 guy.
Trying to remember last year, I know we went back. I know Tyrell Shavers kind of was the guy who we thought might make the team.
Sure, right.
Is there really any thought that anybody outside of the 5 we're talking about? Like,
yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Tyrell Shavers, I guess Laviska Shenault would come in here, but only because of his kick return ability.
Right, he's not playing on offense.
And I've said this before, he's not, like, I know there's a debate out there that I've got into with people about he's fighting for the same job as Brandon Codrington. He's not. They don't do the same thing. But I understand the thought of, could you really afford to keep 2 return men? Totally get that. And Codrington, by the way, is a DB. Laviska Shenault's a wide receiver. Laviska Shenault, to me, would be maybe the only guy because of that, but he falls into a different bucket. At wide receiver itself, actually on the field playing wide receiver, I mean, Tyrell Shavers, Jalen Virgil, KJ Hamler. It's the same as last year. You're right there. Chase Claypool was there and then he was gone. I don't know if any of them have any. I think I give them a less shot now, I guess, Joe, is what best I'd say. Yeah. A worse, lesser shot now for a guy like Tyrell Shavers to make the team than actually when they got to training camp last year and we started watching things.
I would agree with you. I think they are better at the position than they were last season. I think the change from, and you're going back to training camp, which is right to do, and that doesn't even count Amari Cooper, who wasn't here at that point in time, because I think Moore and Palmer is an upgrade over Hollins and Cooper. But if you go back to training camp, right, when Cooper's not even here, there was definitely a spot available, especially when there was a good thought that Claypool could take that spot. And remember, he got hurt. Was it the second day of training camp that Chase Claypool got hurt?
Oh, maybe, yeah.
And then he just never came back on the field.
Yeah.
So that was another spot that we thought, okay, this guy, look at him. He's a freak athlete. He looks the part on the field. But, nope, now he's not out there. So maybe now there's even another spot that was available. So I would agree with you. Like Shavers or Hamler, or is Andy Isabella still floating around the practice squad? He might not be anymore.
Not. You want me to give you the names?
Yeah, go ahead.
Here are the names below the top 5: Shakir Coleman, Palmer, Samuel Moore. Tyrell Shavers, Laviska Shenault, who's more of a kick returner, Jalen Virgil, KJ Hamler, guys who were here last year in the system. Caden Prather, rookie they drafted.
Round. Yep.
And then Christian Wilkerson, who they signed as a free agent. I didn't know much about him until I read the bio.
Uh-huh.
And I'm going to tell you this. He actually made a couple nice grabs yesterday.
All
Christian
right.
Wilkerson. He's a journeyman. He's been around the league for like 4 years. And then you have a couple of undrafted free agents. Kelly Akarari, I think is how you say his name.
Yeah.
And Steven Gosnell. That's it. I don't see anybody on this list, even the drafted guy, Caden Prather.
Yeah.
You might give him, because of the asset, a better shot than a Virgil or a Hamler. Like, hey, we put an asset into this guy. I think he is destined to be on the practice squad. Like, that to me screams Justin Shorter, let's see what happens kind of thing.
Yep. None of those guys there's nobody on that list that I could see beating out anyone in the top 5.
Correct.
I'll put it that way. I think their top 5, unless something happens, in the locker room or someone gets hurt, I don't see that top 5 changing. Except for the order of the 5. And you're right. Maybe Samuel and Moore at 4 or 5 is the biggest.
So to me it's Shakir, Coleman, Palmer are, in fact, I might even say, I'm going to put them in 3 tiers. Shakir and Coleman are at the top. There's a line, Josh Palmer. There's a line, Samuel Moore.
Ooh.
No?
Depth chart wise, snaps, like what do you think they're going to catch? Like, how would you define that?
Usage, depth chart, snaps. You might not get the targets. Maybe 4 gets more targets than 3, but like you're on the field and contributing and right.
It might end up. This might not end up being a good conversation because it could end up being close. Like, if one guy gets 900 and the other guy gets, 800, whatever. But I would not be surprised. I might pick Palmer
to be
one of their top two.
Oh, okay. Who is he over?
Over Coleman. I think Coleman's going to be a fine, good, a useful player for them.
All right.
I guess I would think it's more likely that Palmer with a better offense, with Josh Allen being a veteran, is going to, his ascension to me is more likely than Coleman's in year 2. Put it that way.
So let's do it this way then.
It's the type of player. I like the separators.
Okay. You get a Shakir Coleman Palmer tier.
Yep.
Top 3. Samuel Moore tier. That's it, right? And then after that, there's a Shavers, Virgil Hamler, Chenault tier, I guess.
Yeah, almost that's a good way to put it. If we're tiering them, I almost though want to, in a way, put Shakir on his own tier, because even though I like the idea of Palmer and I think Coleman, there's a potential for another step. There are questions about all 4 of those guys. If we're just talking top 5 here, there's a question about Palmer. Can he take a step on a new offense? There's a question about Coleman. There's a question about Samuel staying healthy. There's a question about Moore. Shakir is pretty rock solid, isn't he? Isn't Shakir the one of the 5 where, he's going to have his role, he's going to do really well at it, he's going to be a big part of the offense. Like, I don't have a question about Khalil Shakir, which is why I almost want to, someone will come close to his production, but he's the one guy I don't have any. What would the concern be? It would just be injury. And that would be anybody. So I don't have a question about him.
Evan tweets in, thanks a lot. Getting connected with our fans. Brought to you by Northtown Kia, Western New York's #1 Kia dealer. Shop online at northtownkia.com. He says, here's a question. Who has the potential to be this year's MVS? High expectations just doesn't work out. My question is, Evan, were there really high expectations for MVS? I don't know. It was, hey, maybe this guy works out. It looked pretty good at one point, maybe early on in training camp, but I don't think there were these high expectations.
Would you say there were higher expectations or similar expectations to what there would be for Elijah Moore right now? Which is just,
and by the way, does someone have
to
be this year's MVS? If you think there's high expectations but doesn't work out, I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think so either. I mean, the likelihood that all 5 work out the way you want it to, I mean, the math of that just tells you someone's going to let you down.
If that's what you mean, who's the guy where, out of the 5, is there a guy where at the end of the day, you're like, man, we thought we'd get more this year?
This is why I like their group, though, right now.
Because to me, that's got to be either Moore or Samuel.
I agree. And Samuel could just be because of injury. I like Samuel when he's on the field, but it could be injury.
Right.
MVS, I mean, my problem with MVS was always that he wasn't a well-rounded player. He had drop problems. He didn't have a full route tree. He didn't play in the slot. He was a downfield threat on the outside. That kind of a one-trick pony. And I don't see Moore that way. And if that's the 5th guy versus the 5th guy from last year, I got a guy from last year with all those, inconsistencies, and Elijah Moore, he hasn't put the numbers up, but the skill set presents itself as somebody that could do everything. He could play outside, he could play in the slot, he can run all the routes, he can catch the ball, he can't block, so that's the one thing. But everything else is there, and that was not the case for MVS last year. So I wouldn't think there would be an MVS. Guy getting cut 5 weeks into the season, 6 weeks into the season, whatever that ended up being.
I mean, then he went obviously to New Orleans and he has a two touchdown game, and suddenly it's literally Isaiah Hodgins revisited from the year before or whatever.
Yeah,
when he went to the Giants and had this great start, but
yeah,
ultimately would he have? I mean, maybe you could argue he could have helped the Bills. I don't know. I don't know what of an impact MVS would have really made on this team last year.
I think they did fine. They did fine replacing him with Cooper on the roster. Which was, I think that lined up about.
Who's, by the way, also not signed.
Not signed. That's right. Before we get to a break, ESPN yesterday, ESPN Analytics, their first Football Power Index of 2025. You'll see that reference throughout the season. They got their formula. They put everything into it on the rosters. The Bills come in at number 5. The 4 teams ahead of them, all pretty close together, by the way. In fact, the Eagles through the Bills is 1 through 5. All of that is within 1 point of each other. The next team below the Bills is 2 points lower. So there's basically a tier 1 on ESPN's first FPI. The 5 teams: Eagles, Chiefs, Ravens, Lions, Bills. Feel fair? Does anybody else deserve inclusion there?
The top 5.
Washington, Cincinnati, Green Bay are the next 3 teams after that. There's kind of in their first of the year, there's a tier break.
Okay.
It's those first 5.
Give me them again.
Eagles, Chiefs, Ravens, Lions, and Bills. And then tier break.
Yeah. What's the most likely team out of the top 5 to not live up to that? You're going to say Chiefs. I know you are.
It's just
I'm
because
going to say Lions.
I laughed. Lions?
I think the Lions lost too much from their coaching staff.
They did lose.
They lost a ton of coaches.
Except for Dan Campbell.
Yeah.
Yeah, they'll have a new play caller on both sides of the ball because Campbell's not a play caller.
Right.
So
yeah.
they'll have a new offensive play caller and
they're
a new defensive.
talented. They're good.
Yeah.
And we know that, right?
I think I...
Plus, they're in a North division that's pretty darn good.
Yep. I want to say Chiefs. That's not me saying Chiefs. I'm saying I want to say Chiefs. There's a difference there. I'm scared to say Chiefs.
I know.
I didn't like their offseason. I thought their biggest problem was offensive line, and I don't think they fixed it. But they had a bad offensive line at times last year, and they won 15 games. So, there's that. I don't know how much to ding them for it. They got lucky in a lot of games last year, and I think they could get unlucky in 4. They didn't, and they'll still win 11. So I'm too afraid to say Chiefs, but I think they would be the team I'm staring at for your question. How about in the other way? One team that jumps up into that top 5.
Who are the next on the group?
Washington, Cincinnati, Green Bay, the Rams, the Niners, Denver is on here.
Ooh, man. I'm going to say not Denver. I think that's still... Yeah, I mean, I like a little bit about Denver. It's to me, boy, the Rams are sneaky here. It's got to be the Bengals because of just what they can do on offense, right? I know their defense still has question marks, but I just don't know how you can ignore the Bengals there and how good and dynamic they can be on offense and just race you.
I might say Green Bay. Youngest team in the league the last 2 years. If they keep maturing and they get a couple of young guys that were rookies that take steps forward, the only thing is Jordan Love's got to stop playing like 2019 Josh Allen.
Yeah, but
he is healthy.
Joe, that's exactly the reason I don't put them there is
because he's so erratic.
No, what you just said. Youngest team in the league last 2 years. Are they going to mature? They're already talking about moving wide receivers out because. Yeah, they've been young, but they haven't had the next guy yet, right?
They drafted a new one,
right?
Young guy.
I just think it's almost like we've been talking about them taking that step. It reminds me a little bit. I know they've won more about the Sabres. They say, young team, here we go. I just couldn't get it there.
Well, that's right. Ooh, how do I feel about that as a comparison? You're right, they've won more, but yeah, that's not bad. They still are. I wonder where they would rank. They probably would still be one of the youngest.
Yeah.
I would be surprised if they weren't still like one of the 3 to 5 youngest teams. 803-0550 is the phone number. Josh has some trivia for us when we come back. And
I have, I don't know if you have the audio. We can find it. I'll read you what Terry Bradshaw, Hall of Fame quarterback of the Pittsburgh Steelers, said about the Steelers' yay or nay on Aaron Rodgers.
He had some harsh things to say.
Yes, he did.
We'll get that to you as well. Stay tuned. It's Jeremy and Joe. Jeremy off this week. Sal's in, and this is WGR. One thing that we'll obviously spend most of today on is that James Cook is the only absentee, the only player not there. It is voluntary. And then we've got to get to Joey Bosa as well because him already being injured is a story as well. Let's start here, though, Sal. Cook not being there, I don't know, how did you feel like McDermott sounded about it? Are you surprised even that – because even didn't you say that they don't usually – They don't usually give attendance at these things. So is it weird maybe or not weird that he kind of, right out there for everybody, like the only guy not here is James?
Yeah, for the last couple of years, I think Sean's kind of said if a guy's been there or not that's notable, and I'd give you a reason just so you know. But it's not like they go through a list like they do during regular season. This guy's limited, this guy's not here. But for the last couple of years, if I remember right, Sean has given a couple names. Hey, he's dealing with something. He's out personal. You won't see him out there. Just to kind of head it off at the pass so we don't go out there in the media like, where's this guy? I think James, everybody understands. Like, that's the... for Sean McDermott's role, I think as head coach, he understands we're all going to be looking for that, and we're going to be asking him about it. So he's just going to come out and tell us right now, hey, he's not going to be out there today. But he also made sure to say, we're staying in contact. James will be here when he's ready to be here. I didn't think it sounded any different, Joe, than it has for the last month and a half, 2 months. You go back to the owners' meetings, combine, whatever, when you're talking about contract extension questions we've given Sean McDermott and Brandon Beane, attendance questions, whatever it is. I don't think anything sounded different yesterday from Sean McDermott than what we've heard from McDermott and Beane for the last 2 months, which is, yep, he's under contract. He'll be here when he needs to be here. Mm-hmm. And right now he's not. So, hey, he's a grown man. He can make his own decisions. I'm paraphrasing. He didn't say this yesterday specifically. Sure. But this is kind of how it sounded to me. And, okay, we're going to go out there. I think the other reason why I think Sean gave attendance yesterday, because I think he's really proud that everybody else is there.
Yeah.
Like, hey, everybody's here, including, by the way, Josh Allen. I didn't think Josh would be there yesterday.
What do you think about possibly Aaron Rodgers being the quarterback? That is just, to me, is a joke. What are you going to bring him in for 1 year? Are you kidding me? That guy needs to stay in California and go somewhere and chew on bark and whisper to the guys out there. I had to go over and introduce myself to him. I had to go, hey, Aaron, I'm Terry Bradshaw. I know he knows me, but I just felt like I better tell him who I am. You know, you walk in there and you get in his presence and you feel like it's going to start snowing.
What?
Terry Bradshaw.
Wow.
Not a fan of Aaron Rodgers in Pittsburgh, which has not happened yet, by the way. Is he right? Are they dumb if they do it? Which, by the way, I think they're going to do it. I think 100% what's happening right now is Rodgers just doesn't want to take part in the offseason programs.
I think that's probably exactly what's happening, to be honest with you. I think the Steelers want to do it. I think the question is, does he want to do it? Yeah, I think the Steelers want to do it.
Do you think they could both know that it's going to happen and still not have it happen yet? Couldn't they just say, all right, we're going to do this? Yeah, and like he says, well, one of my stipulations is I don't want to show up till training camp. It's
possible.
Would they just not say, okay, well, let's sign. We're good with that. You can skip mandatory minicamp to go to Egypt or whatever you want to do. I don't know.
Sure, I think that's very possible. Because they know what their alternative is.
Mason Rudolph.
Yes. And I don't think that they're ready to go into the year with Mason Rudolph as their starting quarterback, only if they have to.
Yeah, I don't think they would want to do that.
Correct.
Their actions having him be the only other real option under center would also indicate that they think they're signing him. Because there's no plan B right now. Well, I guess Rudolph is the plan B. There's no good plan B. Unless, Kirk Cousins didn't show up to OTAs in Atlanta. They could do that. Is that much worse of an idea than Rodgers? He has a big contract.
I always felt that could be in play, but I don't know how they work out the money there with all that.
Right, because part of the rumor is the Falcons want a team to take on the majority of the $20 million that he's still owed. And would the Steelers want to do that? I mean, really, the thing, though, is like, what $20 million or $25 million, whatever that number ends up being, that you're going to have to give for Kirk Cousins, what are you going to give Aaron Rodgers? You're going to give him $20 to $25 million, aren't you? You're not getting him for $10, $15 million. Although, I guess I don't know. I don't know what that contract will look like. 1 year, $25, $30 million, if they can even afford that. I don't think the money should get in the way of Cousins if they wanted to do it. If Rodgers said today, I'm not doing it, I'm retiring, I think the Kirk Cousins train to Pittsburgh would start immediately. It's just that feels like the most natural guy that could start that isn't in a spot right now. He clearly wants out of there, and it hasn't happened. 803-0550, the phone number. Josh, you have instant trivia for us?
I do. There was a milestone goal last night for Corey Perry.
Oh.
Okay. So Corey Perry scored last night, and he now has 60 goals in his career in the playoffs. That puts him tied for fourth all-time among active players.
Okay.
Who are... I'm going to do top 10 here. And this is... some of them you might get, some of them you might not, but who are the top 10 guys currently active in the NHL in playoff goal scoring?
Okay, the top 10 active goal scorers in the playoffs. And Corey Perry is one of them.
Corey Perry is currently tied for number 4.
Okay.
I think that there's 2 or 3 at least that are easy to get right away.
Sure.
Sidney Crosby.
Yep.
Alex Ovechkin.
Gotta be.
Steven Stamkos.
Crosby and Ovechkin. Crosby's 2, Ovechkin's 1. Stamkos is 10.
Oh,
close.
Just under the wire, but wow.
Hey, Stamkos was one of the ones I wasn't sure if you guys were going to get because he's a little not.
You know why? Because
someone you think of.
He missed whole Lightning playoff runs.
Yeah, you remember
when
that?
Okay.
That 1 year, you were going to say this?
He played one game. He had missed the whole year. It Was it blood clots even? Or maybe
I think it was when he had blood clots in his leg. He came
and
back.
He still is 10th.
He missed the whole year. He played the one game. I think he played 5 minutes, but he scored.
First
and they won the
shift,
cup.
I think, too.
His first
and it
shift.
got him into the top 10 and got me an answer here.
By the way, the benchmark is 50.
Okay.
Stamkos has
50 goals. So this is 50 or more goals.
50 or more goals.
Current. Should I have stopped myself? What about Leon Draisaitl?
I don't think he's played.
I saw last night he scored his 20th playoff goal, power play goal.
In the playoffs?
Yeah.
Oh, so he has to have
That's why I'm
30.
guessing
He
he's
has
gotta
to have
have 30
30
even strength.
non-playoff, even strength, shorthanded, whatever. You know.
I'm gonna guess Draisaitl.
Incorrect. 48.
I don't even know if McDavid would be on this list.
So Draisaitl has more power play goals in the playoffs than he has even strength.
I don't even think McDavid would be on this list yet, to be quite honest with you.
Patrick Kane.
Patrick Kane's got to be on this list.
Patrick Kane is. He is number 7.
Yeah.
Oh,
He's actually tied with someone for number 7.
is Jonathan Toews considered active?
No. He's not on this list.
Okay.
Okay, because you're talking about
He's coming back.
Because you're talking about the Oilers, I'm thinking West, I'm thinking Nathan McKinnon.
That's correct. Number 6.
Okay.
Scores a lot of goals.
Yeah.
So far, you're missing 3. The other person tied for 4. The other person tied for 7 and 9.
If McKinnon's on, it makes me more
Rantanen, right?
No.
McKinnon.
I don't know.
I was gonna come back to McDavid. If McKinnon can make it, McDavid.
Incorrect.
How many does
42.
McDavid have? Oh, he's close. Okay.
He's 8 away.
Okay.
Yeah.
From this list.
He's probably got 300 assists.
Oh. Brad Marchand.
That is correct.
Okay,
That's the guy.
yeah.
That's the guy
Right?
tied for number 4.
Okay, yeah, he's
Yeah.
got to be on this list.
He also has 60.
What about Kucherov?
Oh, great.
That's the guy tied for number 7
I love
with
it.
Patrick Kane
I love
with
it.
53. So you're currently missing number 9.
That's it?
Yes, that's the last guy you're missing. This is he's kind of a more obscure player, but he was on a team that went on many cup runs.
Many cup runs.
Andrei Kopitar.
Incorrect.
He didn't say
like that.
obscure. He said a more obscure player, by the way.
Well, I don't think you could be very obscure if you're scoring
He's
50
currently-
playoff goals.
that's
He is
why.
currently
Period.
not on that team. He's just a guy you wouldn't think
That's
of for
fine,
this,
that's
but
fine.
he's not on that team anymore. He's on a new team.
Well, it wouldn't.
Many cup runs.
I'll say Ryan O'Reilly wouldn't qualify here,
No,
right? We
he
can't
wouldn't-
go.
He wouldn't have scored enough.
No.
I'm thinking of a Lightning player because they went on many.
Well, I
cup
know
runs.
it's not a Leaf. Just wanted to say it.
That was
Yeah, we
awesome.
could joke about the Sabres, but how about that? Leafs too, right?
What about Here's a shot in the dark. How about Tyler Johnson?
Incorrect.
Tyler Sagan.
Also incorrect. Joe had the right team.
Oh,
Tampa.
Tampa.
Not on
I
Tampa
mean-
anymore though.
It's not Stamkos, not Kucherov.
All right, hold on. Let's figure this out.
Point? No, he's on that team.
No, he's still on the team.
But that would be my next guess. You're right. I'd get to him. You're right.
Who's like a
I'm drawing a
Ooh,
blank.
Marchessault.
Incorrect. He was never on Tampa.
Yeah. Oh, I'm thinking
He
of
was Florida.
His
I'm thinking of
nickname
Verhaeghe.
is Sneaky P, according to Hockey Reference.
Sneaky P. Yeah, he must be sneaky because I don't. I have his nickname and I still don't know.
Yeah.
So his last name or first name
Instead
starts
of
with a P.
helping us, the bullpen is saying, do away with the trivia. Why? Trivia is great. What is wrong with exercising your brain on sports trivia? Buffalo motivated. Thank you, by the way, for coming in the chat. Trivia is great.
This feels like we should have this.
What about? I don't want you to give. I don't want another hint. Not yet.
I don't know if I can give any more
That's
hints. I
fine,
might
that's
just give
fine.
it away at this point.
You're looking for a Tampa Bay Lightning who literally we got his nickname, and he doesn't play for the team anymore. He
think
scored 50 playoff goals, and he's still in the league.
The nickname might have hurt us because I really don't.
Who is this?
Want to just be thinking of people whose last names start with P now.
He has 51 playoff goals.
Okay.
Who is someone guessing? Patrick Maroon?
Patrick
no,
Maroon, it's not
no,
Patrick
it's not going to be. No, he's played a long time ago, right?
Yeah, and he
didn't score.
also scored like
Yeah.
4 goals in his career.
Right.
It's not. He's not on Tampa anymore.
To answer the question,
he
I'm,
left
so it's
Tampa
not
3
Gensel.
years ago.
So it's not
I'm
Jake
reading the
Gensel.
bullpen
No, he
as you
left-
guys are doing this, and I want you to know it is Owen Parker. It's big giant goalie son it's not Derek Kramer who's talking into the mic, the third person you can't see.
Oh, yes. It is
So
me.
this
Owen.
guy was drafted to this team in 2012, and he left 3 years ago.
I don't know, Joe. I don't know.
He went from the Atlantic to the Metropolitan.
Oh my God.
I mean, what?
From
was
Tampa.
that?
Can you give us his
to
initials?
New Jersey.
Initials.
He went from Tampa to New Jersey.
Oh, Andre Palat.
Yep.
Is the name
Come
we've been
on.
sitting here trying to figure out.
Andre Palat.
Andre Palat has 50
Number
power
9.
play goals.
More power play goals in his career than
Oh,
Connor
yeah,
McDavid.
wait a minute. Hold on. Thank you, Andrew. Did anybody say Malkin? Is he not on this list?
Somebody said Malkin.
We didn't. Nobody
We didn't
nobody
say
gets
Malkin.
Malkin.
I thought you said Malkin.
We didn't say
I missed
Malkin.
that then. Well, Malkin's number 3.
Well, then everything that we did wrong is disqualified. We got everything right because you screwed it up, pal.
Hey, wait. You still didn't get Andre Palat.
Thank you very much, Andrew Miller in the bullpen. That's why you're there, bullpen, is because to correct our mistakes. Nobody said Evgeny Malkin.
Are you familiar, while we're on hockey, with the minimums for the Stanley Cup and who gets their name on it?
No, I know that there's been a lot of kind of controversy over the years on names that are or aren't on the cup.
Sure. So, like Jeff Skinner, for instance, who's in Edmonton right now, he played game 1 of the first round, had an assist, by the way, and has been a healthy scratch every game since. Should he get his name on the cup?
Yes.
Yes.
Absolutely.
And he does meet the minimum because the minimum,
He's
I guess,
on the roster.
It's 50 games in the regular season or a final game.
50 games on the roster or 50 games played?
50 games played.
See, I have an issue with this.
Wait. That's a good question.
If you're on the roster and you're a healthy
games.
scratch, to me, I don't care if it's for 82 games. Like, you're part of the roster. You're practicing every day, ready to go in the lineup.
Yeah.
I think you should be a part of this.
Yeah. Well, he is, one way or another.
Okay.
He also might get in the lineup because when they've had injuries, he's been practicing on the third line. And I guess, I was reading about it yesterday, he might get in because they now, who got hurt for them last night? Zach Hyman got hurt last night.
I didn't see that.
And we'll see if he can play. If not, it's probably Skinner. And I guess the Oilers actually liked Skinner at the end of the regular season. They haven't enough to put him in the playoffs, but 17 points in his last 30 regular season games, something like that. And then he had a point in his one playoff game, so he might get in. All right, when we come back in Extendo Sports, there's a famous movie series that is being made into a TV series as a remake. I'm going to ask Self, we need a remake of this movie already.
I think at this point, it's not, for me, it more lies in the story is not necessarily that he's not at OTAs. The story really is more of the wondering and intrigue of what his plan is. Right now. We don't know, as of right now, if he'll be there in 2 weeks at mandatory minicamp. I think that's when it starts to become more of a story. If he misses mandatory minicamp, okay, he's not there. This is getting a little serious. It's still not training camp.
Yeah.
It's mandatory minicamp. It's the middle of June. Okay?
Yeah.
It's June 10, 11, 12. It becomes a little bigger story. To me, more than anything right now is what kind of story do we have on our hands? Because we don't know what his plan is.
Mm-hmm.
Is his plan to not be at training camp? Is his plan to hold in at mandatory minicamp or at training camp? That's where this is for me, which is everybody wondering because no one knows what his plan is and what he's going to do.
Right.
And it's intriguing. It's interesting because we're trying to figure it out and we won't know until we get there.
Right. And, like maybe because what's his goal here? His goal is to get paid. His goal is to get the contract that he wants. And anything that happens between now and the start of the year for James Cook will be, other than the normal and obvious work that he'll do, in the workout room and on the practice field and film to get ready for the actual season, his other motivation is going to be, hey, how do I get that deal? How do I get that contract? And I really wonder if he'll take it to this point, or if he'll even just make the Bills call his bluff. I'm not playing football on this contract. He's not said that. Not like Trey Hendrickson has said that. Like guys have said that around the league, and they don't have to hold to it. But Cook has not said that. And you actually have Brandon Beane on the record earlier this month saying that he has no doubt that when it's time to play football, he'll be ready to roll. Speaking about James Cook, the GM is saying, I believe he'll play games. and has also been on the record saying things about how, for him to earn a contract like that, like he's kind of got to do it again. Joey Bosa. So McDermott updating everybody on Bosa there. A little bit of newsy update from McDermott that Bosa injured his calf last week, and he's not there at OTAs, which, man, Salick, there already is a question and a concern about his availability problems that he had with the Chargers. I mean, it is the reason he only gets a 1-year contract in free agency. And they're not even on the field for things yet, and there's already something that's popped up. Yeah. Now, McDermott said, how did he phrase it? It was for the foreseeable spring that he'll be out?
So basically, yeah. However he phrased it, what he said was the rest of this offseason program. Foreseeable spring, offseason program. So, and part of the reason is because he did say it happened recently. So they are still in an exploratory mode, which gets you a little bit more, oh my gosh, like what else could it be? But, Joe, you know Sean McDermott well enough by now. Mm-hmm. He wouldn't kind of put a bit of a definitive timeline on it unless he's really confident about that. But he doesn't do that.
He also did give a little bit of a sign, I guess by the exploratory part of it, and he mentions training camp that there's at least a chance, isn't there, that he's out until, what, the start of training camp?
And I think that's what
it's not a short-term
You mean
thing.
into training camp. Into training camp. Because
training camp it being even a question. Maybe I wonder if he's on the field and it's something that they're managing already.
Oh, 100%. I think that's open for sure. The way he made it sound yesterday, what I took of it was he's not there this week. He's not on the field this week, next week, or mandatory minicamp. Once we hit training camp, he should be on the field. But I agree with you that doesn't have to be true. Like, you could get to training camp and they say, hey, we're holding back on him as he gets treatment or something.
Or he's on the field one day and he's not on the field the next day because they're already they gotta be careful with the guy. Today might be a little tough because of the rain. Maybe you can find a way to get some golf in. If you want a great deal on golf, check out the WGR VIP golf card. You get 8 awesome experiences. Diamond Hawk Golf Course, Shamrock Hills, Attica's 10th Hole Golf Course, Bobolinks Golf Course, also Golf Dojo. You can definitely do that today while it's raining. Your WGR VIP golf card will also hook you up with a box of Vero 1X1 golf balls from Encore Golf. You get some deals from Rick Zurak Golf Warehouse on Transit in Bowmansville as well. Portion of the proceeds will benefit PGA Hope. Get all the details and purchase your WGR VIP golf card today at getmyperks.com. What TV show, what former movie, I should say, is being made into a series?
Movie into a series. Well, we had series turned into movies before. Mm-hmm. Done that.
This is just a straight remake, by the way. This isn't like Star Wars has a bunch of spin-off series that follow different storylines. You don't get a remake.
Is this a popular
movie?
movie?
Episode 5. Very, very popular movie. I would say one of the most popular franchises in history, I would assume.
Can you give me a genre? Comedy?
Sci-fi.
Drama?
Sci-fi. Closer to sci-fi. Yeah.
Avatar?
No. If I give, the only hint in my head is going to give it away about wizardry.
Harry Potter.
Harry Potter is being made into a series.
Okay. I kind of think it's already HBO. A series.
It kind of.
Okay, yeah.
By HBO.
Okay.
So HBO, I mean, almost everything HBO puts out is pretty darn good.
When Hard Knocks meets Harry Potter.
Do we need a Harry Potter remake already? Hasn't it? When did the last movie come out?
I'm not sure.
10 years ago?
They're still making prequel Harry Potter movies every once in a while. Like,
okay,
all the stuff about
there?
Dumbledore before Harry Potter.
Hey, before we go,
2016.
You know what? I'm thinking of it's Extra Point Show coming up. I was thinking we had to get to One Bills Live, so we had a minute. So I apologize. I didn't want to cut you off there.
Go ahead.
But 2 injury notes that I'm reading here. Number 1, apparently Malik Neighbors has been dealing with a toe injury since college. He's actually not going to practice today at OTAs for a toe injury that's dated back to college.
That's not good.
Right. He just needs rest. He did not have a procedure, according to what Connor Hughes just tweeted.
Okay.
That's
weird.
You just said it about Zach Hyman. Word is he will not play in Game 5 and probably unlikely for the rest of this series.
Woo.
We'll see after that.
10 days until the finals start. So he's got 10 days. If they can close him out, he's got 10 days.
No Zach Hyman, though, against the Dallas Stars, even up 3-1, is a problem for the Oilers. They need all hands on deck. This has been a nice run for them, but they're getting a lot of supplemental play.
I mean, he's their first line winger, power play.
Right. It's
McDavid,
not just
line
McDavid
eight.
and Draisaitl in this series.
No.
And this playoff.
Him out, I think it's left wing. I mean, the next guy in the lineup is Jeff Skinner. I don't think they would put him right on the top line, but he'll probably go up in the top 6. Well, good for him. Although not good that Hyman missing the time. I mean, everyone loves Hyman. He's been a great player. Last thing, and then we got to go. Panthers and Oilers is the series we want.
It's the series I want.
The rematch?
I'd like it to go the other way this time.
I would agree with that. Yeah, no, I would agree with that. Let's see McDavid win one.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show is on the way next. Zach and Derek. So stay tuned. Line up the phone calls. James Cook, Joey Bosa. A lot more on the table for you. We'll talk to you tomorrow at 6. Joe Marino will be on tomorrow with us at 8. Stay tuned for Zach and Derek. We'll talk to you tomorrow.